Oh, geez, sorry about the pop. Sorry about the pop. Why am I hearing lawnmowers today? What is going, what, 2 days? 2 days? Does it take 2 days to do everything? Man. Get all those lights on. This mix is a little quiet. Well, there's also a quiet part of the mix. Oh boy. Shiver me timbers. I'm awake, I'm alive. I'm in my lane. Yeah, so this has been the state of the computer for the past couple weeks. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. All right, there we go. Instead of doing all the AIO nonsense and putting that in the corner, you can see right now that I've got a second tablet stand that's holding up the AIO cooler. It's all working. Everything there works. But, you know, I think it's gonna make more sense for us to just jump straight into water cooling. That's what I'm sort of setting up there in the background. How are we gonna mount all of this stuff and make it look good versus all the stuff we've already done for the computer design? The answer may surprise you, or not. I don't know. Yeah, but believe it or not, that's a functioning computer. For whatever it's worth. All right, let's get Fusion 360 set up right now. I'll go back to that other view. I just need to do this for me. I'm gonna close the Arduino stuff. I didn't have any breakthroughs with that at all. I do not know what is going on with it. Notepad++, you're okay in my book, but I guess I'm gonna close you right now. I guess I'm just gonna close it all right now. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. It just will not believe that we are a legitimate device. It's not really so much that, it's just that it just kind of stops responding. I don't think that's a hardware thing. I think that's a expected signals kind of thing. So I might need to just sniff some more signals. Hey Proteus, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What do we got open? All right, you and you. Yep, that's fairly minimal. All right, let's get Fusion going. I need to move my other graphics card over to this machine so it'll have a little bit more capability. It's not that Fusion really stresses out a computer like this though. I don't know. Maybe I'll have a little bit more overhead. Who knows? Son of a bitch. All right, you guys get to look at the look at this while I do this. It's gonna ask for like all my codes and stuff too. Yep, there it is. Gotta get the code. What's up, Turts? Where'd I put the... Oh, there it is. Looking for my app. Well, look at that. It doesn't reveal the codes right away anymore. All right, there we go. It's probably going to update too. It's probably going to download an entire update, which is unfortunate, but we got to tolerate it. Because it's on the cloud. And they get to push frequent updates. It fools you into thinking that you're able to do work. Yep, there it is. That little guy right there. That little notification means I'm downloading a new version, much to the chagrin of your entire internet. And I will download it as fast as possible, and it'll be a very large file. Oh, it's actually reasonably small. It still is completely destroying my video output. This computer is not just doing one job. Much to the chagrin of the programmers of Fusion 360. Any minute now. It fools you into thinking you can do work during this period of time. You would be wrong. La la la. Wait. Hurry up. Come on. If I was a responsible streamer, I would have done this before stream. I was too busy setting up that other camera. This is where it hangs at 98% for the entirety, like doubling your weight. Did you like waiting for 0 to 99%? Well, you're gonna love 100% as our software hangs and doesn't do anything. Like what's going on here? Why is it doing this? Like, there we go. All right, let's do it. Just restart it. Come on, you coward. There it goes. Dead chat is dead. Only been alive for 7 minutes. Come on, Fusion, you can do it. You can do it. There we go. Let's just go back to this view for a while. As I crunch on ice. Look at that butte. Oh my God, there's a mouse on the desk. Oh, that's just Rat Jam. So I had to, when I installed the drivers for VR, when I was troubleshooting this thing, doing just the bare bones driver install, I don't know what happened, but it finally registered that the machine is not plugged in, like the graphics card is not plugged in with a PCIe 4 cable. I had to actually go into the BIOS and tell it to use PCIe 3 instead of 4. But that was, like, at first it didn't do anything about that. It's kind of weird, right? It just suddenly triggered as being PCIe 3, and then like a light, like a status light came on or something, and I had to like sniff around in the BIOS and undo PCIe auto detect, even though auto detect probably should have detected and, you know, switched it. Maybe that's what happened at first, but I had to manually make it do its thing, make it do its own job. Do your job. Might as well open the file. It doesn't totally tank my computer when we actually start working on this thing. I am tired today. I feel like I slept, but maybe too late. Mysteriously, when I came back downstairs, I had Space Cop open on the machine, on the computer. I don't know what I was doing watching that movie. Computers do be weird. Yeah, they're so complicated that sometimes stuff just kind of like works. Look at all that stuff. It's all my stuff. It's my computer. Apparently the graphics card is totally cool to turn off its own fans, and then eventually it'll start them up again and cool itself off a little bit. I have like, excuse me, I have what do you call it? I forget what the program is, that monitoring program. Some such monitoring program running on the machine, and it's actually running panels on the Stream Deck. So I can look over at the Stream Deck, which is all the way at the top of the frame there. I can look over at the Stream Deck and see, you know, a brief history of what the cooling status of the computer is, and watch it rise and fall as it's turning on and off those fans on the graphics card. It's weird. That's during normal desktop browsing. I haven't done a blisteringly heavy rendering game. No, it's not Afterburner. It's what is it called? Damn it! It's like a more comprehensive. It's one of those things that just like left my brain. Hold on, I'll just open. Oh, there it is. HW info. There we go. I have HW info panels that are running on the Stream Deck. Oh my God, there's like no room to work on the CAD program. Look at this. Yeah, it's literally just a goldfish brain moment. Look at how little room I have to actually work on in this interface. Fusion really likes to use the sides of what you're looking at. We can collapse that and that'll help, but I often use that panel to click on stuff, so. Quiet Friday. Why is only Turtle person talking? I don't really even like that guy, and I'm forced to talk to him because he's in my chat. There it goes. And now it's suddenly like, you know what? I'm gonna cool off now. The only problem is there's a Western, the C drive, the OS drive is slung under the board where it pretty much just basks in heat. It's pretty consistently at 60 degrees Celsius. And there's no like the one on the top is at least exposed to open air and has a big heat sink on it. I don't know if maybe I need to just wang jangle a fan into there. You just blow air down the corridor. The RAM also doesn't get, the RAM just gets like wash from the graphics card. Now that I've done AIO with it. It was supposed to have an air cooler sitting on the board and that would have thrown air everywhere. But it doesn't get that now with the AIO. AIO is nice and stable though. At least it's nice and stable. So far, 750 watts is doing the trick, but I haven't given it a big meal yet. I was planning to do that. The cable gets here today, so maybe on Saturday I'll kick back and do a little VR on my own. Get that super duper VR porn going. Maybe that'll stress out the computer a little bit. Brrr, big stretchy. Okay. I'm like half awake today. Yeah, the fabled cable. I have the other one sitting over here, and I'm tempted to build something with it, like make like a cable tester or something. I mean, we've got USB-C. I can do a power, like barrel power connector, and then DVI would be the other one. I'd need a DVI socket, all on a board. It probably couldn't be a custom board. I probably would have to have a board made. So then on the other side, use that, whatever the hell that weird, I don't even know what it's called, if it's an industry part or if it's custom part. Like if I can source one, the cable that goes to the headset, the plug that goes to the headset, I would need one of those. And then I just wire it up with a bunch of LEDs, I guess. And then I could sit there and wiggle the cable around and see where it's broken, fix it. Would it cost $130? No, it probably costs like 60. So it might actually be worth it to do. The other thing that I would love to do is, I'm pretty sure like a proper USB-C cable can carry 12 volts at 1 amp. Yeah, absolutely it can. 2 and 3, well that might be over 5 volts, hold on. It's so hard to pull up the specifications. 15 watts. $15 watts at 12 volts. Might not be able to do an amp. That would be obnoxious. Because, I mean, USB-C, what? It's got DVI on it and can do 144 hertz. It has USB 3, obviously, because it's USB-C. But can it handle powering the headset? And survey says maybe no. Up to a maximum of 100 watts. Shit. So yes, it can. Never mind. They get XKCD to draw this? This looks like an XKCD comic. That'd be kind of cool. DigiKey hired XKCD to do like a how-to on electronics. That'd be neat. Probably not. It's just inspired by. But man, does that look like the XKCD font and style? And it's like a little blurry too. I don't know. I'm like having trouble looking at that. It's got like a little bit of a blur on it. I don't think that's me. Is my monitor that dirty? Oh God. Well, the answer is yes, but also, holy shit. Hold on, I gotta clean my monitor off. Why is this the Turts show right now? Are other people just afraid to talk? It's only Turts. You don't have to worry about him. He's fine. Thanks for the bits, First Chatter. Appreciate ya. It's mighty kind of ya. I gotta clean off an entire monitor. It's nice and intimate. I actually read that as like inmate, and I was like, what is he saying? It's nice and inmate right now. I'm trapped, and I'm innocent. Playing Factorio. Oh God. That game, we played it at a LAN recently because one of our buddies was out because of kids, which meant that we could play the more cerebral kind of factory type games that a couple of us love. So we had a 3-person Factorio run going. Just for shits and giggles, I ended up getting night vision goggles on my armor, but we didn't develop batteries yet. So I had solar powered night vision goggles. So I could see at dusk and dawn perfectly. But in the middle of the night, I was shit out of luck and I couldn't see anything. It was actually kind of awesome. I actually kind of loved that. It's so stupid. Yeah, eventually I'll have a machine that can handle Factorio. I don't know if it's been invented yet, but I'm doing my best over here. I'm doing my best. I got a 6900 and a 5950X on a B550 Strix with 2 terabytes of hard drive that should maybe run Factorio. I'm not sure. Maybe. It's funny because I don't really play a lot of super taxing games. I just want this computer to last for a long time. You have a 3090 instead of the, yeah, that's a good combo. I haven't really run into any driver issues yet. I mean, it partially could probably be that I'm not insistent on overclocking like a lot of computer nerds are. I feel like the more you know about computers, the less you overclock these days. I feel like that's kind of a constant. I want the damn thing to run, so I don't overclock it. I just run it system normal, you know? And I've had no problems with Radeon, but all my friends recommended I do what you did, which is get a 3090. Because NVIDIA support. But I don't know. I haven't run into any problems. It plays Vampire Survivors pretty well. Almost up to my expectations. I never what? What do I never? Oh, this is like that person who kept telling me that they would do anything for love. But they wouldn't tell me what the thing that they wouldn't do is. Memory overclocking is overclocking. I think we're memory underclocking. aren't we? You know what settings I have on the memory. You were there for that. I don't think I'm overclocking it. Am I? I'm tempted to just get a brass pipe and put it up against the 2 RAM sticks and just have water running through the brass pipe. That would essentially be RAM cooling. I don't know how I'd hold it down, and it wouldn't exactly be an efficient transfer of heat. It would still transfer heat, though. I don't know, that might be silly. $200 over official supported overclocking. Oh. Well, I mean, the system's been running really stably lately. I would like to take it for a spin doing some games, big games, but I've been trying to clean out the game drive and try to get rid of a lot of the big stuff. I still have Witcher 3 on it, and I haven't gotten back to Witcher 3, but I have so many mods. I had a Witcher 3 expert. She taught me all the mods that I should run on it, and I don't remember any of them. But I've got all these mods that make Witcher 3 like a, you know, good, like a really good game. But I haven't played it in 2 years, so I don't know. I don't know if I should uninstall it or not. It's huge. It's a big game. And then the other one is the Mass Effect collection, which I haven't gotten back to. Mass Effect, I always start with the first game, and then I play 30% of the first game, and then I just stop. Lately, when I go to play games, people suddenly all decide to message me at once. Hey, what are you doing? Are you playing a game? It's like, go away. Yeah, I think when you buy the big hardware, while it's fun to overclock to kind of get into that realm of like possibility that's unachievable, nowadays it's better just to have the nice hardware and just run it normal and have it last. Because boy, am I gone are the days of going to Micro Center and just grabbing a graphics card. We used to do that. We used to go to Micro Center, pull something off the shelf, bring it back, overclock the ever-loving piss out of it, and then play like Jedi Knight 2, right? Like, that's what we used to do. And then we'd put more fans in and then start fucking with the memory clock settings and, you know, what we could get out, fully squeeze everything out of the silicon that we could. But nowadays, they've kind of like, they know how to do that, you know? Back in the day, they didn't do that. You would just run things at whatever the specification that it, you know, it's like, I can handle this and maybe a little bit more. We don't know. Nowadays, it's like, we know exactly what this thing can do and we've pushed it. Computer shows with a fistful of cash. I never did computer shows because we lived by the computer. There were like 4 computer stores in the area that we would go to. One of them was literally just like it was like a shack. I mean, it wasn't exactly a shack. It was like a little storefront, but it just had like wire shelves that were full of like computer stuff. Yeah, we had a bunch. We had a CompuCenter or whatever. There was like PC something or other, and then Micro Center, and then that shack. Ham fests. Those are different. Aren't those the swap meets or whatever? Yeah, that's different. I think that's different. If there's ham stuff at computer fests, then I should probably go to computer fests, to be honest. Yep. You got it. Yeah, same thing, Nosferatu. I go a long time before upgrading hardware these days. My previous computer I bought in, was it like 2013? No, wait. That one was 2017 is when I bought the 1080. That's when I bought the 1080. 2017. And you know, it's still going strong. That's really how I like to operate. But also, you know, I bought super crazy hardware because, you know, 1, for the memes and just to get people interested in the project, but 2, because it's going to last a lot longer and it's going to be very capable of doing the things that I want it to do in the future. So that's why I went balls to the wall with the hardware. Also, I sourced it all at MSRP. I refused to pay extra for any of this stuff. So that's why there was like a 1.5 year delay on getting the graphics card was because I couldn't be asked to be on the AMD website early enough in the morning on Thursday to see the cards get available. I bought that graphics card on the toilet. I was literally on the toilet, and a friend texted me to say that they were in stock. Oh God, it heard me. It heard me, and it turned on its fans. Ah. Oh God, oh God. How many watt? 12 volts, 1 watt. Or no, 12 volts, 1 amp. That's 12 watts. So at 15 volts, this thing will push 30 watts, USB-C that is. Developed clickbait stream titles. Devolved. Man, I can read today. Yeah, I decided to do the clickbait title today. Look at that hardware. Pushing itself to the very brink to run my desktop. And literally nothing else. I think it might have been playing a Milton stream a minute ago, but it really is struggling. It's doing like nothing. Yeah, I bought 2 graphics cards on the pooper by accident. And if I wanted to get those good, why are you .debioing me? Because they turn on and off. The heat sneaks up, and then it'll lazily flip on the fans. The previous card, the 1080 FTW, it would make this weird electronic like noise from the fans trying to spin up at their slowest. Like you could watch the card, and the fans would like twitch. They would twitch just a little bit, and they'd make this weird electronic noise because they were trying to turn on at such a low speed. These are silent. These are absolutely silent fans, which, boy howdy, is the new one gonna not be silent. Excuse me, hold on, I'm burping. I had leftover lobster mac and cheese, and it was like literally 2 bites, and I'm full. Yes, what you see in the background is gonna be the new cooler. The cooler. It's gonna be 6 80 millimeter fans. And they're gonna be Noctuas, because otherwise this thing is gonna be too loud. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I guess I'm ready to get started. We've got like a half-hour intro. Oh no, it will not be able to run my summer car. I was saying that it probably will be able to run Factoria though. It might be able to do that. No, I did boot up my summer car. My summer car would actually start with the old power supply, with the 500 watt power supply. It would still run. And then as soon as you tried to do anything more than my summer car, it would just and then restart. There are 1,700 watts. No, wait. That's 1,000. Yeah, 1,750 watts on screen right now between the EVGA power supply and the 4 250 watt modules, the 12 volt modules sitting there. You're looking at a cool 1,700 watts of power. Less than half is being utilized. But unfortunately, I cannot harness 1,000 watts out of these power supply modules. I could if I wanted to plug into 240 volts out of the wall, but I don't want to have to plumb in a specialty plug in order to plug in my computer. So it's gonna have to be a 700 watt power, 750 watt power supply. It's 3 250 watt modules. Use this PC since early 2017. i7 7700, 5 gigahertz, 3200 megahertz RAM, GTX 1070. That's very close to the specs of my old computer. Yeah, that is completely and utterly competent, that computer. That's a good computer. And that's basically what I had before for gaming. I decided to be one of these pricks who went out and bought like a super duper PC because they're streamers and they think they need super duper balls to the wall power. I really don't need super duper balls to the wall power, but I wanted a computer project. I felt like I needed to put myself into a nice computer project. Surely 750 is sufficient. AMD recommends 800. I think 850. AMD recommends. Except that's them going way over the top, I think. There's like a significant spike in power draw when like a big brutal application starts up. But the EVGA 750 watt power supply has been doing great. I just have a little bit more testing before I can build my confidence in 750 watts running this system. And the AIO is just one 120 millimeter fan, and it's doing good. It's doing really good. Had no trouble at all with any of this stuff. Once I sorted out some driver issues, I had to reinstall the graphics card drivers and turn off all of the sleeping stuff the computer tries to do. This computer doesn't sleep; it just turns off the monitors. Now you don't know if it's a still image or not. Oh wait, no, the NXDT thing is still glowing up the place. All right, should we get started? I don't wanna. I just wanna sit here like this and just do a pre-stream for the whole stream. Whole stream's just a pre-stream. We're just gonna look at hardware and talk about computers. All right. So, fade this thing out. Fade the music. Fade the music. Big John. Big John Effects. It's a friend of mine. He does mixes. Cool. Does a lot of other stuff too. But we're gonna lower the volume on that. All right. What are we doing today? Well, I didn't sleep, so I'm feeling kind of under it today. This right here. Why haven't clock speeds improved over the years? I don't know, because we've been inchworming closer and closer to what is physically possible within the realm of smaller and more efficient and more powerful methods of packing transistors together. And as we inchworm closer and closer, not a lot of stuff, we don't have a lot of room for improvement. I don't know. 400 watt hi-fi DC. Well, it's 400 watts. Oh, look at that thing. That's tiny. State-of-the-art design. Hold on, I want to look at this. This thing's cool. DC ATX. So they still have you putting all of that space-wasting cable crap all over the place, huh? Look at that thing. That's cute. I wonder what they're using under the hood. Low ripple noise. What is that? Nano ATX combo. 300 watt. Yeah, it's unfortunately not 800 watts, but that's pretty impressive. It's a nice little piece of kit. Sleep, what's that? I suffer from chronic insomnia. Oh God, man. Yeah, I didn't get to the point of taking an Advil PM, but I didn't sleep much. I did get sleep though. That could run the motherboard and then use the brick to run the video card. That's an interesting idea. If I'm backed up against the wall, maybe I'll consider that. But right now, 3 modules is going to provide me with 750 watts of power. So that should be sufficient in powering this PC. This PC is my PC. This is where my idea train has been leading over the past couple days, and we're going to try to resolve some of the issues that I have with this thing today. This is a Radeon and Ryzen system. I've decided to go full bore into AMD, and I finally procured all the hardware, and the plan was to do an air-cooled system and then move on to water cool later. However, that's not as possible. Well, it's not a good idea because I got to redesign the power supply anyway. And if I'm going to redesign the power supply, redesigning it for water cooling, I might as well not have it be this long thing on the side of the case. In fact, I have so much room in front of the motherboard that the power supply can exist inside of the space with its own water blocks on them. Those are $11 water blocks from Amazon. I had to model them in 3D myself. Luckily, they are square. The only issue was making the nipples, and you know, we all spend time modeling nipples from time to time. But anyway, it was pretty easy to get all the dimensions of that and just do a whatever, like a angle thingy. What is that called? A draft. Just do a little draft on that to make it look like it looks IRL. Unfortunately, these connectors, I think they're pressed into place or glued. They're not screwed into place. There's no threads on this thing, which is unfortunate because that means that if I'm paralleling up these two modules, I need a couple T connectors in there. So I need sufficient space next to the power supply. Luckily, we have a little bit. I can always move it in one direction or the other. For the time being, for fealty to the being made of time, I have that just sitting in there. I just made a proto circuit board to size up some of the different components that go into this thing. I would like to put the capacitors on the power supply. I would like that to be the reality here. Even if I have to use a bank of smaller capacitors that make up the value of the larger cap, I would like to have that on this. So the height that I'm dealing with is from the bottom of this heatsink all the way to the top. And then from there, what I can do is 3D print some kind of a thing that goes on that power supply. And I don't know, I don't want to cover the circuit board. I want the circuit board to be visible. So, but I also don't want to like be eating peanuts over my computer and like dropping all this stuff onto this power supply. I don't like that there's 300 volts just sitting there. Maybe I just live with it and have the 3D printed undercarriage. The other thing is that I've shaved off these wings on the Vicor modules. Boy, howdy, would it be nice to have those wings and be able to actually tie them down to these heat sinks. But, oh well. Oh well, they don't exist. They're not there. What's going to happen, again, is I'm going to have to either put a little tension or put a spring that pushes down on the circuit board and pushes the modules into their heat sinks. I mean, I guess I could probably design something that would press down on the center of the module, and then it would be pressing the circuit board in, but it would also just be pressing the center of the module straight down into the heatsink. I just want to make sure that there's an interface there for the heat to get out. It should be okay. But yeah, anyway, for now, that's just kind of like a size guide that I made. Fusion is very good at making good-looking circuit boards, so we have that. I had to model the 6900 XT's water cooler because EKWB doesn't really like releasing any information on their stuff at all whatsoever. So I had to model this. Does it use thermal paste between the faces? Yeah, oh yeah, of course. Of course. I was thinking of using thermal tape. Some of those thermal tapes are getting pretty good, but I've got tons of paste, so I might as well use it. And it needs it. I mean, the MOSFETs inside of these things generate quite a bit of heat. Previous iterations of this power supply during hard gaming would get hot, like very hot. So I'm actually wondering if I'm going to be tanking the performance of my system by dumping all the heat of the power supply into the water. I think that might be an issue. It's all right. It's an issue that I'd rather have because I want my electronics to last. Now, of the modules that I already have here, you can see them in the background there. Those have supposedly exploded. I had a blowout where I accidentally, this is many, many years ago, I think it was like 2011, 2012, that I was sitting there and testing this power supply and vetting it out and making sure that it was able to pull the paces as a computer power supply. I was sitting there testing it on a carpeted floor, and I had my old oscilloscope out, and I hooked up to DC ground, and I tried to measure the 300 volt DC line. And what happened might surprise you. What happened was, because the scope was ground coupled, it made a massive pop and basically a brown trouser moment. The fuses literally exploded. And I didn't save the modules. I don't think. However, what I'd like to do, oops, sorry, wrong view. What I'd like to do is get the old power supply, the working one, out of there and swap out the module to test it. I would like to hook those up and test them and see if I get 12 volts on the other side. And if I end up blowing up the auto-ranging input module, it's not high amperage enough anyway. I need to actually buy a new one. So if we end up breaking that, it's not all that much of a loss. And then I can see if I can actually, if I don't have to spend $350 on another one of those modules. If I do, I will, but there's a lot of work to do in that front. A lot of work to do just to make sure, you know, I don't have to spend a shit ton of money. Anyway, so the EKWB, I got this water block cover. Unfortunately, the really good looking one is like $350, so I'm not gonna be buying that. Hell no. Sorry, it's $250 for the one that you can't even see the water in. I have this one. I literally have it sitting behind me. So I had to take out the calipers and do a bunch of measurements, and that lines up purportedly with, where are we? This would be GPU, boop. And then I've got, in this model, I actually have the entire 6800 XT model is here, which is the same size as the 69. Yeah, there's the model. This is how the air-cooled one would fit in the case were it in here. I used that as the initial size guide and figured out where the back plate would be. And then I discovered that it was too close in the previous design to fit the actual water cooling tube, so I had to move it away. And so in order to get my my water block in the right place, I had to match it up with the other one. There still might be some like positioning issue stuff, because I don't think this acrylic is supposed to stick out beyond the plugs. I'm not sure how that looks. Let's look it up, actually. Let's look it up. All the measurements on everything are cursed. I think the model that was created, the models that I used, weren't necessarily for engineering. They're probably most likely more geared towards just having like a cool looking graphics card in your simulator game or something. I don't know. EKWB 6900 XT. See, here's the super fancy one that I wish I could get, but it's as good as this looks, as awesome as that would look in the computer, it's not this awesome. This is a realm of privilege that I do not have. Literally just to look nice. I don't understand how they can charge this much money and live with themselves. So yeah, the jump to water cooling is basically because I had all the hardware to water cool and I didn't have an abundance of ideas. And so that's why we're sitting here today and working on the computer model of it. The abundance of ideas that I suddenly had was that I could actually make it look like a V6. And I thought that would be really cool if I made it, I gave it kind of a cyber look and made it look a little bit like a V6. I have all this gear. Well, except I think I need to buy 80mm fans. Those fans ended up getting used in other projects, like the Burn the Subs. I think has one of these fans in it. But yeah, I'll have to get new fans. That's fine. These are like $20 a piece, so that kind of hurts. Don't add up the costs. What? EK stated a month or so ago that they were having troubles, dumped some of their workforce. Could they maybe just like do a fire sale on on water blocks so that I could get the water block I want? Because they could get $120, $150 out of me. Maybe not $170 though. They already did. It's true. It's true. I could probably actually cool a V6. They don't show it against the card, do they? You know they probably have a card somewhere in their shop. I would very much like to see one mounted, please. I would like to see the child. 6900 XT EKWB. We're gonna look that up again, but we're gonna go images. Yeah, they're having a bad time, but they're not going under. That's sad. I like EKWB. I think they make wonderful products. They're kind of overpriced, but not everything is, you know, manufactured on a huge scale. You have one? You have a picture of it? I mean, I have all this hardware. It's just I don't have it available. It's currently it is busy rendering my desktop. Can we get that Pentium 2 in the background there to work? Oh, by the way, somewhat visible in this shot is the frame that I've built for the boards. I want to do a lighting project on it. I have an idea to light this thing. Here, is it safe to move you guys up? Yeah. There's no identifiable information here. But yeah, you can see right there. Look at that. That's what I built with some of the spare 8020 rails. And so, burn the subs, the two previous boards are now the backdrop to my desk. Yeah, this is it wasn't the frame that bit me. It was the board. I guess the frame had a little bit to do with it, but it was the board suddenly shifting. But those are like attached with angle brackets, so they're pretty stable. Pretty stable. And then I've got these inserts that are clear, and then I want to put a light behind them. I want to put an LED strip behind those so that I can light up the boards. But yeah, that's the backdrop. It's actually, everything's a lot darker than it looks on this screen. I don't have lights currently running on that. But yeah, this is the computer. It's been running just fine, but we want to, the skull with glasses is a speaker. It's a Bluetooth speaker. And I bought it because I want to be obnoxious at LAN parties. That's now my speaker for LAN parties. I'll have mono sound coming from a stupid-looking skull. I can't wait. So yeah, I really just want to see if the power plugs stick out beyond the acrylic. Maybe we have to watch a frickin' video on it. Sure, yeah, don't do theater mode. That's great. God. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'm afraid that all the nickel surfaces of my beautiful, wonderful water coolers. I am quite concerned that it's all like stained and gross by now. I don't think we ran water through the cooler through the graphics card cooler, but it is going to be front and center on the thing. You're watching a skeleton anime right now? Well, they're on Amazon, those speakers. They're like $30 max, I think. Might have been a little less than that. This is the part right here where you got to be the most careful. Unseating the graphics card. And I think what we're going to do when we do ours is I'm going to get the heat gun and I'm going to warm everything up so that it gives up a little bit easier, cuz that part right there is harrowing. That's where you break cards. What separates the boys from the men? Ooh, it's windy outside. I'm listening to the fence shuffle around. That fence is going to fall over eventually with the wind. All right, so EK provides you with a bunch of stuff. Look at that. Look at that beautiful cooler. I have exactly that same thing. This is too manly. It's toxic. It's toxic masculinity. God. All right. Look at that, though. Cooling all the FETs and stuff. I'm going to have to do this at some point. Hopefully soon. I hope soon, but it's going to take us a while to design the power supply. We're pivoting into this stuff today just because it's more fun. It's more visual than me sitting around programming. The current state of the steering wheel is unfortunately not where I want it to be. For some reason, it does not trust the communications that we're giving it. It's not really a trust thing. I think it's just like whatever command we're sending doesn't do anything. Either it doesn't get something that it wants, or I don't know. I've destroyed 3 cards of 10 water cooling. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm fairly nervous about this. I mean, we did this with my friend's computer. We didn't bench test it first. So the thought, we thought it was dead on arrival. That was a 3090, an EVGA 3090 that we separated out. The board kind of bent a little bit when we did it. When we plugged it in, he had a lot of trouble with riser cables. So every time my computer is viewed, they start bitching about riser cables to the degree where I'm sick of it, right? They look at my computer and go, ooh, riser cable, you're losing performance in it. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just shut. Stop. Shut. Stop talking. Stop it. I've heard it 1,000 times. They bitch about riser cables almost constantly, and I don't know if they know that I know that they know that I know that I'm using a very special, out of their league riser cable. It's a 3M riser cable, and it's in a completely different category of its own, to the degree where none of the hardware reviewers have even touched it. It is much, it's in a different class. It's just a much better cable. You see it in like forum posts for like, you know, compact PC building and stuff like that. I haven't looked at anything that's sort of put it up against other riser cables. I would be curious to see if it outperforms or probably is of middling performance to the other cables. But the construction is very, very good. The construction on that riser cable has strain relief on the cable pieces and stuff like that. Unlike the other riser cables, which are literally just IDC cable with solid strands that are just next to each other. This one has twisted pairs. Like the specification, you know, like PCIe specification grants. All right, so I was observing to see whether or not the power plug sticks out past the edge. See, the weird thing that we're going to be doing with this is adding feet to it, feet that'll screw into the base of the enclosure and support the card so that I can flip the case up and do all kinds of weird shit with it without the card flexing or doing anything stupid, right? Where are those power plugs? Show me the power plug. I think that was it. There we go. So they are inset. Oh man, what a bunch of piss. All right. So the power plugs are inset on the block, so we can be rest assured in that, I guess. Yeah, these models I made a while ago. These I made recently. The EKWB made an 80 millimeter cooler, which is a little bit expensive, but I ate that cost because I wanted to have. The thing about it was I was debating about whether or not I should be water cooling this setup. So I had here. Let's unview this guy. Oop. There you go. That was some guy's model for the 6800 XT, and it was the basis of the back panel measurements. So I need to keep that model in there so that I can slide over the card. Sliding over the card is necessary because we now have the interface for the water cooling. All riser cables give a small percentage drop. Yeah, some much less than others. And the quality of some is severely lacking. Yeah, and the only place you're going to see it is in like benchmark numbers, really, to be honest. But I'm running PCIe 3, which supposedly also is another tiny little bit of a hit. So I've got an alert on DigiKey to see when the PCIe 4 version of that riser cable comes in stock. 3M sells it. I'm wondering if I can source one somehow in an alternate way, but I don't see any suppliers carrying them. Okay, so when I ate what? Oh no, he's talking about eating the cost of the reservoir. But the reservoir, okay, so why did I spend the money? Why did I spend that much money on a fucking reservoir, you know? It's not worth it. Well, it looks like a carburetor. That's literally the reason. It looks like a carburetor. And so I had to do it. I had to. Right now, I'm scheming on having frame rails surrounding the radiators. That's not going to fly. We're going to redesign that area because they take the 20 millimeters that I need in order to run those two things. It's pushing everything out and away from each other, and it makes it like everything is larger and unwieldable, and it's just not right. We got to figure something out with that though, because I need to use the rails in order to frame out the radiators. So we got to figure that out. We'll get to the modeling in just a second. So anyway, models that I've made for this thing: the graphics card, the water block. I think that's it. Everything else is just designing solids that I'll 3D print in order to hold everything together. I also split the power plug into its own thing, just in case I wanted to move it somewhere else. I was going to see if I could put it in between the graphics card and the motherboard, but it turns out, I mean, I might have enough room for it, actually, to be honest. I could put a rail there, put a rail here, but actually the motherboard comes all the way up to there. Yeah, I don't think that would work. But plus, I have this entire area right here that's pretty open, aside from the graphics card plugging in right here. It's pretty open. So if I need to run the remote capacitors on the power supply over here, I can put them in this area right here, in this little space right here. I could also put like a display there if I really want, but yeah, it's like, it feels like a lot of wasted space over there, but I do need that area in order to have the graphics card cable, PCIe riser cable, come around and into that. But yeah, that's the build so far, right? I redid some of the spacing of the front panel, which means that I'm gonna have to reprint both of these. I don't think I'll need more of these screws. I don't think I'll need to order more of these screws because I think I have enough of them on hand from all the MakerBeam stuff that I've done. They come with a lot of the corner cubes and stuff that I love using, but you don't necessarily use these in the corner cubes, so I've got a ton of these things sitting around. I was debating on whether or not I wanted to go silver for the power buttons. The power button and the hopefully display button. This is a toggle button, the bottom one, and I'm hoping that maybe I can have it toggle on and off some kind of a display. But I was thinking of going silver with these because it would sort of match the dark light patterning on the board. But I think if I have a big bright silver power button, people will go over and push it. So I kind of want to keep them subtle. I want to hide them a little bit so that people don't just run over and push the button. I think it'd be too tempting. So yeah, there's a lot of wasted space. I'm not going to be able to get around having this cathedral in the middle of the board. That's not going to be something that I can solve because of the V design that I've decided to go with. I think I'm not going to sacrifice the V design. If I lay these flat, it does take up less space. But what's the point? You know, I want it to be stupid. So, and then in addition to that, what I'm going to do is for all the fittings, I'm hoping to mostly use brass. Not necessarily, I'm going to do right angle fittings on the reservoir, but I'm going to make sure that they're external. I'm not going to try to hide them. And then all the tubes will be black silicon rubber. So it'll be kind of an industrial automotive-y kind of look. And I'm hoping to have the tubes as external as possible. Top side flat. No. No. I mean, another idea would be, and I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. If I had a hinge on the top piece, and then I had like a screw that went through the bottom, and then it could like deploy. It could like, I'm not going to do that though. What I would also like from this is that all of the top pieces and the bottom pieces will connect with two tubes and like a wire because I want to be able to remove the top. I want to be able to pull the top off of this thing, you know, in case I want to work on stuff. I want this frame, that box, to be removable and able to be put aside while this is still hooked up. So part of the big cathedral would probably be a little bit of extra hose in order to make sure that I can tilt it off to the side. All right, so the design of this thing. I went through a lot trying to build this thing and make the Fusion 360 design not balloon out of control, right? Lift up to the V when it... I was thinking, I was considering like memory wire so that when it gets warmer, you could have like little slats that open. Somebody did that. There was a post on Reddit of somebody that did that with their computer. I think they use supercapacitors in order to keep the servo and Arduino alive when they turn off their computer, and that closes all the slats. So it has like cooling things that open up. And while that would be cool, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to design something that'll bolt to the top of this thing here. Previously I had the fans more internal, and then the top was just radiator grills. I don't know if I want, I think I want the fans to be up top because that gives it a cylinder look, right? We're using all the computer hardware, but we want to strongly imply automotive. And then this flow indicator is just something that I found a 3D model for. I had to do a lot of appearance overrides in order to get it to look like the right thing. But this is just something that I found. It's like $30. I want a flow indicator on this thing for me, and to have some cool little toy up in the front of the build. But let's work on the radiators a little bit. It ain't right. It doesn't look right now. This ain't right. What I've done is I've placed the bottom of the pump. Oh no, never mind. I had placed the bottom of the pump even in line with that rail. We may have to do that again. So in order to keep this design from ballooning out of control, I actually built the frame in a separate file. The entire frame for everything is built here, and if I need to move around any of the components in the bottom piece, I can do it in this subassembly, and that gets this mess out of the main drawing. This is the sort of like starting point for everything else, right? So that's what that is. And I guess I'm sticking with 47 millimeters as the height. It's a weird number, and I don't know why I chose it, but now it's kind of married to the design. And I've got enough of these posts that I can build this. You know, I've already got quite a bit of this thing already built. It was supposed to work under a 500 watt power supply, but it didn't. So I had to run out and buy a 750 watt power supply. It was on sale at Amazon, luckily. But yeah, that's what's running the computer right now. It seems to like it. So I'm going to try to build a 750 watt power supply out of the modules. They're not going to be air cooled though. Going up to 750 watts, I don't want to deal with radiators, and I don't want to deal with 120 millimeter fans. I can fit the entire power supply in the front corner of the build, and I can water cool it. Water cool power supply? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. Anyway, get out of here, straw man. Everybody, power and water. Oh no. It's like, shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Nobody wants to listen to you. I could hate that comment. I get it a lot. Anyway, yeah. So let's figure this out a little bit. Let's open up these radiators. Basically, I'm trying to do stuff in subassemblies and then bring them all together in one big layout drawing that I can then design solids with. So what I'll do is, and not with this necessarily as it is right now, but I will build something that would fill this space and be able to hold up one of those hexagonal gratings and you know, finish the look of the computer basically. Right now they're things floating in space, but we can figure out how precisely they mount later. All right, let's get rid of some of the bulk going on here. So the bulk, we're going to, this would be air cool upgrades. Technically, it's still true. We're still upgrading the air-cooled computer. Before, the air-cooled upgrades were just the different-looking rail, as well as the, you know, the power supply got a different heatsink and everything. But yeah, this is too wide. I don't know if I mean, I could narrow it horizontally. I mean, I could do anything. I can do anything. Anything is possible with computer-aided design. But how would I attach this if I move the rail in? Propylene glycol. Why? What problem are you addressing with that? What's the see, what the point of my comments, my straw manning earlier, was that people always comment that, you know, oh, you're using water around a power supply, like that can't be safe. It's like, it's just as safe as using water around your computer, like the rest of the computer. If you have a leak, you have a leak. Like, that's just going to happen. It's nothing to worry about, you know. You design it to not leak. It's silly. Like, you don't need to there's no problem, is what I'm trying to say. There is no problem. It's just a perceived problem from people who don't do this kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm all stretchy today. Yeah, you just proof it out so that it doesn't leak. I mean, come on. And then leaks happen. You know, shit happens sometimes. I don't know how I'm going to be able to mount this. Let's get rid of the frame rail for now. I've got all this frame rail in other files, so I'll just delete all this stuff. Delete. Yep, delete it. Get it out of there. I don't know. People's reticence about water cooling a power supply. I think it's a great idea, personally. People are like, you shouldn't mess with the power. If you build a normal computer, like a normal water-cooled computer, your power supply is sitting underneath all of the water cooling stuff. So, like, I mean... Oh my God, all caps. I mean, like, in a normal PC... It won't let me view just the image, huh? No, you're fired. Where do you think the power... Well, that one might be a double wide. Where do you think the power supply is in this computer? Oh my God, can I just look at the image? Where's the power supply? It's at the bottom of the computer. Liquid generally follows the laws of gravity. Laws of physics. We follow the laws of physics in this household. Where do you think it's going to leak? It's going to leak on the power supply. So, I don't know. Yeah, I know. I wasn't actually asking for an answer of where the power supply is. I wasn't actually... That was a rhetorical question, chat. Now, there's a possibility that this is sealed. So maybe your leak will go on top of this. But generally, like, there's a big fan hole right here for the power supply. Because the power supply pulls in, well, it probably will pull in air from beneath the PC, which is, I guess, a nice little bit of isolation there. But generally, I mean, like, water leaks and it gets all over everything. Like, that happens. If you proof it out right, it won't, right? You build it, you run it for 12 hours. You make sure that when the pump is on full power, you don't have anything awful happening. Yeah, you can have water leak detectors, but they're generally not reliable. I despise the colors, but this is a cool case. It is a pretty nice case. Corsair, I think, is what I pulled up. I was looking for, like, the most generic water-cooled computer. See, a lot of these are these super wide cases that put the power supply behind everything. I've been running water cooling in PCs for like over 10 years and I've never had a leak. I'm gonna show you something. No, hold on. I'm gonna show you something. I'm just go get a thing over here. I gotta show you. I have to show you something. I have to show them something. I gotta get something over here and I move the light back and I gotta show you something. Here are my old water blocks. Look at the crack! Look! It's the same damage here. I didn't have a reservoir on the setup here. I didn't have a reservoir on the setup, and so what would happen is everything would heat up. It was like a Radeon, I think, at the time. But it would heat up, and this is back in the days when you'd buy a shim for your processor so that you didn't crush your the silicon die. But yeah, so I pencil overclocked it, and it generated just a little bit more heat, and that little bit more heat caused expansion, and I didn't have a reservoir, so something had to give, and it was this right here, the weakest point. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday talking about the dead PC. I know, right? Come in here with all that confidence and don't expect karma to come and bite you in the ass. Yeah, oh shit, I totally missed the garbage can. I tried to throw something away and I was literally one garbage can length to the side. Yeah, these are my old water coolers. One of these I had to buy from Australia back in the day too. considering using an AIO for my next build, but I'm too cowardly for anything like that. Dude, AIOs are just easy. They're just Lego. They've taken water cooling and they've turned it into Lego. That's, I mean, the NXZT, that's like the entry-level NXZT. I think the ones that are a bit better than that are, they have screens on them, which means they're $100 more. It's just totally ridiculous. Although I could put Goatsy on my processor, and that's an advantage, I guess. But I was not going to buy one with a screen on it. I just needed something that I knew would work. I know NXZT. I use their cases when I have to. So I went and bought this thing, and this is cooling a 5950X through and through. I mean, it does not, it's quiet and it's efficient and it's as easy as putting in a normal cooler. So, I mean, honestly, going with an AIO is just totally brainless. I've had AIO burst after a few years. If it can break, it'll break at some point. I don't know about that. The ones that, this one especially, like the tubes that they're using are like automotive, like vacuum tube kind of rubber. They're super strong and they don't kink. So I don't know. Oh, first gen. Yeah, no, they're Lego at this point. You should not be afraid to run an AIO. It's actually quite an efficient cooler. Don't listen to Turvy. Turvy's all doom and gloom. But yeah, so the people who are like, you know, oh my God, you're water cooling a power supply, are the kind of people who watch cartoons where the power cable falls into a puddle, or like into like a big body of water, and that whole body of water suddenly starts sparking. That's not how it works. I don't know if people have seen the Electroboom video where he actually has 120 volts in a beaker filled with water, and he doesn't even sense it until he gets within like an inch. You know, generally the power supply is sitting below everything in the computer anyway, so there's always a danger of water getting on everything. But a properly designed water cooling setup should not leak, ever. That shouldn't have any danger of leaking. Why is Electroboom the way he is? It's, I can't watch a lot of Electroboom because he forces the explosions and the shocks and stuff, and it's just a little pat. What's Aztec doing that other AIO coolers aren't? Why are theirs special? I would love to do hardline tubes, but I just don't have the patience. We did a couple streams where I tried to master the art of bending tubes, and I'm not good at it. Even with all the things helping me, that PETG gets to a particular temperature and it just collapses all over itself. And then meanwhile, we built the water cooling rig with the friend of mine, and he took to it like a fish took to water. All AOIs, all AIOs are Aztec. What is Aztec doing that we're not? Aztec. Oh my God. Why am I looking at cars? They look like RC cars. Why am I looking at Simray? Why am I looking at computers? What is this? Liquid cooling. Oh my God, get out of my, what is, So they, what? They have a patent on AIO? That's actually very low profile. Wait a minute. Go back. Look at how low profile that is. Where'd it go? I clicked on the image. God damn it. Whoa! That's what I want to look at. You're not letting me look at the stuff. I just want to see pictures of Spider-Man. That's weird. I don't know anything about them having patents for stuff. Is that the motor? Yeah, so the NXZT one puts the motor in the radiator. Others put the pump in the cooler itself with the processor. I don't know nothing about nothing. All right, anyway, my point is just that, like, the power supply is always in danger of getting fluid on it if you're water cooling. That's just the name of the game. Air cooling is fun and everything, but if you want to do something cool, I hate that is a pun. If you want to do something that looks neat, there you go, and you want to water cool, your electronics are in danger. But that's fine. I can completely, I can work with this, you know. And then I'm gonna do black silicon rubber tube because it fits kind of with the automotive-y looking theme, which means that once this thing is full of water, I am going to have to take this whole rig and just go blah, 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 just like do that with it. I'm gonna have to put it in like a paint shaker. Owns patents for the technologies in closed loop AIOs. Okay, started playing patent troll during the economic turmoil of COVID. Oh, that's no good. Those patents are going to last a while, but they can people can get around that kind of stuff if they're going to be that patent trolly. What are you talking about? SE? What? That was the company. That was the company. We were on the company's website. What do you mean? I've closed it. It's just their company does a lot of stuff. It's not just AIOs. Oh, those are particularly cool looking AIOs though. That AIO looks like a car. Weird. Anyway. So yeah, thoughts on this thing. We get rid of the rails. So if I've done that, I can save this file. I could also edit them in place. I haven't gotten the hang of that yet. I just have a bunch of files open. I don't know if that's the way you should do it or not. I think in Fusion you can edit the part in place. So here, let me just update this real quick. By hello? Right clicking? There you go. Update external references. Velocity stacks, yeah. Whenever you're ready. Hello? I've been having troubles with actually positioning stuff, doing the angled position, because it'll change what the reference is and everything, and you know what the cardinal directions are on it. So things have gotten a little spicy in the timeline down there. But yeah, so all right, so without the rails first, I need a new PC to build the old PC. This one works. I've been using it. It's designing its own water cooling setup. You can see there in the background some of the components of the water cooling setup that I'm trying to build, sitting on top of. I mean, the case is going to be a little bit more narrow, just slightly, I think. It's going to be 350 millimeters on those bars, on the side bars, which means I think I can buy 350 millimeter maker beam. Right now, it's some weird number, but yeah. I also got rid of all the old files, so I don't have them anymore. I'm not looking back. But yeah, what's the width right now? It is, boop. Yeah, 350 millimeters, nice even 350. I wanted it to be a little bit more narrow, but we need space for the PCIe cable, so I used some of that space to put the power plug. I would love to run a power switch, but I don't have the space for it, and I'm not going to put it above the graphics card. That would be kind of weird. So I just have a power inlet, and if you want to turn the power off, you got to unplug it. I think that violates a couple design principles, but that's where we are. So that power is going to have to either go under the floorboard or over and across to the power supply over here. And then I've got to figure out what the arrangement of the modules is going to be in order to run the power in from there. I mean, I might put the power module in this corner, and then I could just jump up from the floor and have power come in up into that power supply. I don't want to build it too far into the design. Like, I could integrate this power supply in all kinds of different ways, right? Where it'll only work in this device. I don't want to do that. I want it to be a little bit easier to work with. So I'll probably have the 120 volt plug in at the top here. And I got a little bit of room on the circuit board now. Okay, so let's get these things into position. So I've got a bunch of different steps in this timeline where I am locking down the position of all the parts, right? That's these these things, these little squares. That's their little symbol. It's a little square. So that locks things into position, and I've had some trouble with them lately. The troubles are that if a part has two different position commands, the second command locks everything in. So at one point I was moving this part, this assembly of radiator and fans, I was moving it up and down in relation to the rail, but because there was another like fixed position step, it was not moving. It wouldn't move because that second position step was locking it in on that axis apparently. It's so weird. It's so annoying too, because I had to split the rotation into its own locking step, but the rotation would also lock in the that's this right here. The rotation would also lock in the position. So if I went back to this step without deleting the rotation, it would all go back to the way it was. It's very annoying. And this is the mirror step where I create the other object. But so what I can do is the way that I've gotten around it is this step right here. Why isn't it right clicking? Why is my, oh, because I have this open. Yeah. That's the problem. Oh, no, hold on. You delete. That's how I've been doing it. I just have to delete that step. And then everything goes. Wow, the 970 is not as good at doing this as the new computer. It might be the processor, but oh, there it goes. I don't really think it's a 3D rendering problem. I think it's a processor issue. So everything goes back to where it was. Now, I could make the computer look like this. I don't really want to make it look like this. This is kind of boring. That's why I want to have that angle in there. Hey, thank you guys for the follows. We got a rare treat today, which is getting to work on the PC project a little bit. And I've had this planned for some time, but yeah, I wanted to do this today because it's a little bit more visual and it's Friday. You know, we can kick back a little bit. So what are we gonna do? Well, first off, I want to move this down because again, I want to minimize the amount of space that all this stuff is taking up. I could make it big, loud, and giant, but yeah, it's the freaking weekend. Let's move this piece down first. So let me find that step. I think that's this, and then this is locking it down. Okay, so we'll go to this step here. Double click it. I double click it again. There it is. So now we're in a special menu where we're just editing this specific piece. So we've got inspect, arrange, and then move, and that's all we're able to do here. But that's because we're in the step that locks this thing into place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure from the purported bottom of this pump, according to this model of the pump that I got off of grabcad. I had to make the reservoir around it. That's why it's a fairly undetailed model. To the top of the rail. Is that 9mm? It is. Although the font stays about the same size, but I try to zoom in on it. The font is the same. Make it larger. All right. 9mm. So let's move this component down 9mm. Cannibal Jesus, thank you for gifting a sub to Dinsdale Piranha. That's 30 gift subs. A lot of gift subs, man. Thank you. Dins now gets to use my emotes. If he feels so inclined. All right, where is this thing? I can click on it and it'll highlight. There we go. I've actually taken to using the move command from this drop down because it immediately selects the right kind of move copy. So it just went directly to components. Yeah, Dinsdale Dimmadome. Owner of the Dinsdale Dimmadomes. So we're going down 9. Boop. -9. There we go. And now I can finish the position step and it'll jump us back into the front of the timeline. Problem is when you deal with rotations though, because rotations will mess with you. So I no longer have the axis to rotate these on, huh? should we start this even with the rail, or does it need to move up or down? If I make the right side even with the rail, I don't want to support these completely on plastic though. That's the problem. But running that rail in there, all the measurements are going to get really crazy and weird. I've had a couple tries and a couple different ideas for this, but the most recent one was the frame around the radiator, and that just didn't really work. Let's visually get everything into position and see where we get from there. So let's go all the way to this step. And so all of that stuff is going to disappear, and we've got one thing that we have to position. They're mirror images of one another. There's going to be no asymmetry in that. I will not tolerate asymmetry. From here to here is 2 millimeter. So we're going to move it down 2 millimeter. I always have to say it like that because there was that old Arnold Schwarzenegger voice bank comedy video back in 2004 or 3. I could deliver the pizza to you, or I could punch it through your face, sprinkle it with 9 millimeter bullets. That thing. I forget what it is, but that's every time I say 9 millimeter, I millimeter. -2, -2. So now that's even with the rail, at least as of right now. So the mounting brackets are right there. I want to pivot this thing over, but I don't know what axis I want to use. If I pivot it on the fan, it's going to go down into the PC case. One of the recent problems that I've had positioning this is that with the radiators mirrored, they are right on top of the processor, and they're right on top of the motherboard, and the motherboard does not have any wiggle room. The B550 has this wonderful piece of garbage plastic sitting on top of my I/O panel that's caused me many, many woes in terms of designing solids around these rails, because this is in a very fixed position, and I'm not sure if I can remove it or not because there's a fan underneath it. Some of the, I guess the FETs get their own little fan there. And I'm not using one of those super de-duper, like, cools everything on the motherboard things. I think that's a little overdoing it. So I have been forced to dance around this solid for this entire build. This has been one of the biggest frustrations about the whole thing. So if I pivot this like on the fan, it's going to crash into everything down here. I think I need to have this remain at this height. So I think this right here is my axis. This bar right there. It's kind of a weird location, and I guess I could come up with like an axis. I could make a construction axis in order to pivot it, but I don't know. This is like, it gets a little beyond my understanding of how the CAD program works, because I need to have a separate position lockdown. So I need to finish this one, and then I need to roll the timeline back to where we were just fooling around. So right here, we gotta wait for everything to render in. Herc. Oh, did it? Yeah, plopped everything in. Okay. So what I can do is now take this step, and I can roll the timeline to there. Boop. I can also drag. I can drag this arrow back and forth, but since it takes so long to render, it's clunky. You never get all the way to the end with it, so I've been using the right-click commands in order to move it back and forth. It just makes things a little bit more smooth. Okay, so let's take that radiator and let's tilt it. But we're gonna tilt it here just in normal space because we need to add another position lockdown. Take the assembly, move copy, components. Well, we've already selected the thing. It says one selected, but if I were to click, it'll unselect an individual piece of the subassembly. Very weird. Anyway, I'm gonna want to capture the position, and we're gonna want to just rotate. And so I now select the axis that I want to rotate on instead of it deciding to rotate kind of sort of pseudo around the center. So I'm gonna choose that right there. And I've found that the sweet spot for this is 35 degrees. That's sort of the visual sweet spot without taking too much room. What is the typical V engine is at 90, isn't it? So I'd want 45. V engine cylinder tilt. Yeah, it's like 90 degrees. Yeah, 45 and 45. But you know, we're not dealing with pistons. We don't have to worry about the exact degrees of rotation. I know the W engines are a little different, but has CAD software gotten much better over the past 15 years, or is it just integration with models rather? I mean, honestly, like I use grabcad to get most of the models. If I can't find a model, I'll make it. And this works principally very similarly to the way old CAD programs worked. I use the command line less, and this software in particular is layered. There, you kind of have to dig under the surface in order to get to the very, very advanced stuff, which you don't always need. So in the case of what I'm doing right now, visually piecing together a computer build that's a little bit more artsy-fartsy than engineering, it's actually really great. The appearance controls are one of my favorite menus to deal with. You can make your solids look like a bunch of various different things, and you can make them look clear or whatever, and it's all rendered in sort of a semi-simplistic line drawing fashion. I like that. I like that actually quite a bit. It's what draws me towards this software in particular that's pretty good at being visual as opposed to engineering. But, you know, your mileage will vary. If you talk to anybody else in here, yes, they're like onions. They make you cry and they stink. So that's the full 45. That's if we're going for the full motor look. The full 45 is very tall. I don't know what degrees of tilt we have here. It appears kind of 45-ish from my perspective. From my perspective, the Jedi are evil. But that kind of looks 45-ish. I guess we'll stick with that. If we're going for the automotive look, it means I'm probably going to have to scooch it over a little bit, but let's take a look at that. Let's just see what it's like. Only for a minute, mind. And then we just roll the marker to the front. I'm using the right-click commands because it's a little clunky when it has to render all this stuff. You'll like drag a couple steps, and then the computer will be like, and then do its job. That's the full 45, and it's overtaking the cooler a little bit, or sorry, the reservoir a little bit. Although I could roll with that and just have it sunken in a little bit. What does chat think? What do you guys think? If I give it sort of the more angle, if I do a little less angle, then I've got a nice flat spot and I can have the reservoir fully sticking up over the thing as I intend. Because the joke's on you, we don't think. It's true, it's true, it's true. Oh, no, I don't make enough money to think. I'm not paid enough to think. Yeah, you guys re at me for everything else I do, and now I'm axially asking for an opinion. What distance would we have to move in? Why are there two numbers? What are the two numbers? What? I just want point to point. Like 22 is the smaller number. So if we move it in 22, let's go all the way back to here. We're going to move that, but we're going to move it horizontally. Minus 2. And we finish that step. And if there's a good and merciful God in this world, this thing will move not at all. not even a little bit. It won't even move a little bit. Roll the history marker to here. See, this is what I got to do every single time. I got to redo this step. Delete. And then I got to move this thing. We got to tilt it. Wait, where's my capture position tool? You son of a bitch. Move. Why is there no... Huh. I don't get to do a capture position for some reason now. That's odd. Oh, there we go. I went to move components and it did it. All right. And then we are tilting. We're getting tilted. We're getting tilted on this axis. Right here. And we go 45. Then I can roll the history marker to the end. My computer takes a shit. Computer takes a shit, waiting for the video to get interrupted by the computer attempting to do stuff. Yeah, there it goes. And then we moved it a little far. I needed to give it like another millimeter of space to fit with the plugs. But anyway, we're just planning stuff out. We're just like getting a sense of what things will look like. That's at 45 degrees, and I am liable to not go with 45. If I do, I could lift this up a little further. But again, like I'm saying, like I've got like a whole cathedral of space that is just wasted. It's just not, it doesn't look right. I mean, obviously it doesn't look right because this rendering is a little simplistic for what the actual thing is going to look like. I don't even have grid panels in the various slots because Fusion hates making gradings. It hates it. It hates it. It hates it. I could maybe make a textured solid, or I could use that infill tool to make a grading and then like somehow piece it into these panels. But we're just gonna have to use our imaginations. It looks like this. That's what the panels look like when they got stuff in them. Maybe I want less degrees of tilt. I mean, honestly, the radiators have one fucking job. They got one job. I could add another, like a flat radiator to the middle, like a flat 80 millimeter. The cool thing about Alpha Cool, chat, the cool thing about Alpha Cool is that they have a website where all of their 3D models are available. So we can pull a radiator out of Alpha Cool, all of their stuff, everything they sell. It has a 3D model that we can download, and then we can cater to our own needs depending on what the purpose of is. Now, I'm not sponsored. They're just the only company in water cooling computer stuff that does that. One would think with all of the, you know, the universality of everybody's got a computer and everything's designed on a computer, you would think that, like, you know, Radeon, for instance, would release a 3D model of their card. I had to go to GrabCAD, and some random person made the model of the 6800. And I assume the 6800 is about the same dimensions as the 6900, but their model didn't include a bunch of screw holes. So, I mean, like, honestly, like, I think these companies really do need to do this, is just have the 3D model of the product that you're selling. If you're a big enough company, you could just do that. AlphaCool isn't even that big of a company, and they have all the stuff available. So you can pull their models into your design, and everything is where it should be. It's just refreshing to have a company that does that. Because, I mean, you've got the files. You have the files. I know you have the files. You're just keeping them secret. But we're not fitting a turbo encabulator in here. The most we have is this widget right here that'll probably make clicking noises eventually. These flow indicators are sometimes kind of noisy. It'd be nice to get something that's special, something different. I mean, there is the flow indicator that's like a pop-o-matic bubble, but I have a feeling that also makes kind of a rattling noise. I want to have a widget on this to have something neat to look at, you know? And then I think for water, I think I might use the EKWB, like their vaporwave looking shit. They got like vaporwave looking stuff. I think that would just be visually interesting inside of the block and the processor and stuff. Amazing one-time deal. I don't even have that motherboard. Where are they showing it off? They show it off at every opportunity. You got this vaporwave looking. Oh my God. It's like not the pink. Yeah, it's like this stuff. It's got like kind of a cool sheen to it and everything. So I might use this stuff inside of it. It doesn't really go with the red though. Maybe in a way. Maybe not. That doesn't really go with the red. But I don't want to just use red. It's too pat. It's just too weird. Too samey. Maybe I'll use the matte white stuff. They got the cooling that's like all white. Looks like you're using a particular substance to cool your computer. Yeah, Micro Center has the whole line of this stuff. Actually, Micro Center is amazing because if you're helping a friend build their generic $6,000, build their generic water cooling machine that looks a lot like this one, you could just go to Micro Center and, oh, look, here's a right angle fitting. Like, it's kind of awesome. It's kind of really cool. So yeah, all right, back to the brass tacks. Not enough things are built with brass tacks anymore, huh? I mean, having this thing hovering directly on top of where the graphics card is going to need to plug in, the right angle, the low profile right angle fittings that I want to use are not cheap. And I'm very unhappy with the prospect of having to buy a billion of them. These are one particular brand right here that I think have the lowest profile. They also have a very high flow rate because what they did is they basically bastardized what's called a banjo fitting. I was looking at banjo fittings. I don't know if I can spec out banjo fittings that go 8mm hose into a banjo fitting that has a 1/4 thread on the bolt. Also, banjo fittings are very restrictive because they're not for water. They're for hydraulics typically. What does hiding the CAD files do to help them? Liability, I think, is mostly why somebody wouldn't provide it. It's not much. It's just they just don't do it because they don't have to. You know, it's sort of an extra thing for them to provide you with when, you know, for instance, like even the AlphaCool files aren't exactly totally accurate. You can see here that the radiator's clipping into the bottom piece here. So I don't know how much I can exactly trust them. But I don't know, it saves me a lot of time. I would have to have some kind of bastardization render of this piece. That wouldn't exactly be the right thing, whereas they've put all of the contours together on this thing. So, how much is this software? Yeah, it's free-ish for non-commercial. You're somewhat limited in the free version, but they're minor annoyances to get around. That's what's, you know, Eagle for a long time was the software I used to make circuit boards, and then they got bought by this company, and so their circuit board design got rolled into this piece of software. So I pretty much have to use this now. It's each CAD program, each computer-aided design type program, depending on the usage, they're all going to function a little bit differently, and it's going to feel, moving from CAD to CAD, like you're basically trying to swim in molasses. Everything gets a little slower and less intuitive because you've learned it in a particular way somewhere else, but they all principally operate in about the same way. Fusion 360 is a very visual program, and that's why I love using it. We get these nice simplified renders with some materials on it and stuff like that I can then use in order to sort of plan out a design like this. So this is why I really like Fusion 360. Yeah, it'll make you read like you've never read before, yeah. But generally, when you learn one piece of CAD software, that gives you the tools and the information that you need in order to jump from CAD to CAD. And so you can try them out and see which one works the best for you. Fusion 360 is $300 a month. If you make over $10,000 a year by using their software. I don't know how to police that, but apparently they can. I use an educational version of the software, which means I can unlock some of the other features of this thing. I can use whatever that cool spiderweb design thing is. I could use that, and I could design a computer with that. I think that would be hilarious, and it would be fun to 3D print, but I don't, because I like to keep the level that we operate on in sort of the realm of the free software. And I actually wish I could flip like a toggle that would make me have to deal with the annoying parts of the free version of this. I think it limits, I forget what Short Lurker was telling me that of the limits of the free version, but they're not that in your face about it. It's like you have to like archive projects that you're not working on. But if you organize things properly, that's not a big deal. So that's my understanding of the free version, and I wish I had more of an understanding of the free version, but I got the educational. I somehow suckered them into giving me an educational version of the software, and I sit here and endlessly shill them in front of my audience. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, huh? Technically, I'm educating. I am educating you guys via Twitch. I'm also having fun doing this, but, you know, everyone knows fun rules. You educate us. That comes over as creepy now. I don't know why. Just seems a little creepy. Creep me out. Creep me out, chat. Now, I could lower the radiators. Oh, no, I can't. Next, we'll work on your spieling, Dins. We'll definitely get your spieling right. Teach me, streamer. Where are we? Where are we stuck? Help! 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 I'm in the back rooms. Oh, come on. Oh, everybody who has... Fuck these websites, man. Articles that are trying to, like, take over. I think they broke my, my view image button. Yeah, Wired. Get the fuck out of here, Wired. God damn it. Just trying to get that image and nothing else. That's from the game. Roblox. Does having some Blender and 3D Max experience help in learning the software? I can't speak to that because I've not used either of those. The way Fusion works, and I'll show you some basics in just a second. I'm trying to do a joke. It's SoundCloud. What the? All right, fuck it. Never mind. Sorry, that was very loud. I heard that. Whatever. I can't find an original image because the meme is played out. I was gonna just pull up an image of the back rooms because we got stuck in the radiator. Fusion kind of decides what you orbit around depending on what you click, and you can turn that on and off. If I'm looking at a particular thing, it'll suddenly change the axis to that thing, and it does it in such a way that it isn't intrusive. I don't know how they do this. They do a really good job of whatever's in the center of your view. It'll just start orbiting around a reasonable axis on that view. It's very well done. Okay, so with Fusion 360, if I'm building a part, I'll show you an example. Blender, you start with a solid. Fusion, you start with this. This is a just like, and I could turn that grid off if I want, but this is just like a basis of where my design is going to start. And so when I start a design, it's going to bitch at me that I haven't saved it because I'm not going to save what I'm just about to do. But what we do is we start with a sketch. And so in the realm of engineering, you know, like if I'm building a 3D model of a creature that I want in a game, I'll start with a solid and then build up that solid like it's a piece of clay. In engineering, we start typically with a simple shape and engineer the stuff into it or cut it out in a particular way, always with a mind for how this thing is going to be built. How are we going to physically build this thing? So if I'm actually going to mill away a solid, I'll start with a solid. But if I'm going to 3D print something, I generally think of things building up off of a plane. So in this case, let's just say we need to build something. So we're going to start with a box, and that box can be given measurements. And so we can use the measurement and the layout tools in order to precisely put everything in a location. So 10 by 10 we'll start off with. A 10 by 10 square. If I need to have other things in there, like let's say I have a hole in my square, and I have a 4mm hole in my square. This 4mm hole in my square, which sounds dirtier than it actually is, doesn't have, because the lines are blue, that means it doesn't have anything locating it. It's literally just placed in a spot. I just located it. You saw that little symbol come up. Oh, no, never mind, I didn't. I could locate it on this line in the center. I could locate it on this line in the center. I could locate it on the 0 point of the axis. Or I can take a box and I can designate it a construction box by hitting this little guy right here, And then my hole has an X and a Y axis that I can then program, basically. So I can have it be like that, but I still haven't given it dimensions. If I hit a number and tab, I could have put it in there. What I can do is I can hit the D button for dimension, and I can click on the line that I want to give a dimension. So now that's 5.1 millimeters. Let's just make it 5 by 5. 2 in the pipe, 5 by 5. So that one right there I click on, that's 4.6. We're going to make it 5. Bam, here we are. Look at us. We're engineering something. So what's the point? I've just made a stupid little drawing. What, streamer, what are you doing? Well, what we do from there is we extrude it. So we take drawings that have enclosed shapes and we extrude those enclosed shapes in order to make an object. So I'll hit extrude, and then I can extrude this, and just, if there's a hole through my block like this, I can just leave it the way it is. But that extrusion now has a number associated with it. And it has created an item in our timeline. So the exalted and revered and sacred timeline is what is at the bottom of the drawing here. And that allows us to algorithmically go through the creation of our solids. And we can edit the steps along the way. I think, and I've installed Blender, but I haven't used it. And I've never used 3D Max. I don't know how these programs work. I know how Fusion works. If we want to, we can edit the steps along the way, and that helps us iteratively tweak our designs as we go. It also creates a whole host of other headaches, but it helps us get over a particular amount of headaches, whereas we would hit Control-Z on other programs. Now, you can also turn off the timeline, and that's actually necessary if you're doing stuff with meshes. Fusion is fairly new to meshes. You can take the meshes, and we've done this in the past for the shifter. Take the meshes. I keep trying to say message. Take the message. Do it. No, you can take the meshes and you can try to simplify them and turn them into this type of fusion solid. It's complicated, but part of the process is turning off the timeline because it overwhelms it. But yeah, once you have a solid shape, you can then dress it up. You do chamfers or fillets in order to make it look like a particular thing. And, you know, the complexity of the part and everything like that will multiply as you work with more, but like making organic stuff is a little bit difficult in these pieces of software. You can do it in Fusion pretty nicely, but I've not really gotten too far into it. I mean, I can make my box a little bit softer, and there it is. So, but then the thing that keeps me coming back to Fusion is this this little menu right here, this appearance menu. I can give this all kinds of different looks. So if, let's say, we're actually brass, we're not just regular brass, we're not matte brass, we're not polished, knurled, old. We'll put old brass. That's what metal we're using here. Oh, I have to download it. Beep, bop, beep, bop, beep. Oh my God, it's disgusting. Yeah, so there's our old brass cube, or old 10 millimeter brass cube. So the appearances in this menu, it's literally just what it looks like. There are other tools in this software that will use the material that you've designated. So if the material is brass, and I want to do like a I don't know how much weight can this brass cube hold, then that's not appearance. That's going to be a totally different subset of menus and stuff like that. But I generally just do stuff by appearance. I'm not doing any hardcore engineering on this kind of stuff. I'm not designing a reservoir that can take 10,000 psi and running it through the simulations and stuff like that, or doing a finite element analysis. If anybody comes over and is like, hey, I think we should get into finite element analysis, you jump out the window. You jump out the window. Don't do FEA. Friends don't let friends do FEA. Anyway, yeah, that's a little basic intro of what is possible within this software and sort of the workflow that we generally do in order to create stuff. You know, make this simple shape from a side point angle, but without all the little decorative chamfers and stuff. Figure out what the major units are, and then if you feel like going back in the timeline, if I actually click on this sketch over here that I've created, it will revert the timeline back to when we created the sketch. I've had trouble with double clicking in this. I think the appearance menu is open, so it doesn't like it. Hello? Ugh. See, it rolled the timeline back to where we were here. So let's say I want to move my hull to 7 millimeters. All right, finish the sketch. It's going to repeat all those operations that I did on it as per the timeline. So that's how we kind of work with the software and are able to move stuff around and work with a sort of like an engineering eye on it, right? We've got numbers assigned to stuff. That's the important difference, I think. But people use Blender and stuff to do this kind of stuff as well. So I don't know exactly how Blender works. I installed it, opened it once, I looked at it a little bit, didn't do anything with it, and I had a tutorial open, and then I didn't proceed. That was like 2 weeks ago. But all right, so we're not saving that. Get rid of that. No, I don't think I need that. Okay, so we're working with somebody else's models. A lot of the models that I get, except for the AlphaCool stuff. The AlphaCool stuff is directly off the AlphaCool website. But a lot of the models that I found are from grabcad, which is a nice, it's one of those things. It's one of those places that you can get these 3D models for SolidWorks. And grabcad, of course, tries to throw, whatever company bought grabcad, or maybe this is just originally grabcad, they kind of throw their industrial stuff up in front of you. But that's not really, that's not what brings people here. It's their library of parts. They have a bazillion models of just about everything. They've got one Brazilian model. Wait, a Brazilian models. No, a billion models. There we go. Like, yeah, Arduino Uno. You could just get that. It might not exactly resemble that when you pull it into CAD. That's why we have this. So that's what it'll look like, kind of. And you can spruce it up with the appearance menu. I generally have to do that. A lot of the parts on here are like solid part, which is a AutoCAD, or some of them are like F3D. So you can directly pull those in, and they should have somewhat of the appearance that they should, but generally, you know, you can go through and you can spruce up the appearances by downloading different materials in Fusion. That's really what I like to do, because it makes these very, very appealing models. So like this fan, this Noctua fan, here, I can just find the actual file here. Hey. Yeah, but they have like a jillion parts. Noctua. Do. I think it doesn't look like it was any of those. Yeah, see, some of them are a little bit more simple than others. They didn't figure out how to make fins. Nobody really understands fins. Yeah, I can't find the model, but rest assured, it's in here somewhere. Oh, wait. No. It might have been this one. That looks about right, although I think they got the appearance just a little bit wrong there. But people generally like to show the full render, the full ray trace render. You got to look at the 3D part. That's the trick. You want to know what you're getting. So yeah, that's a little eye into what my design process is. That's generally how I do this kind of stuff. And when I'm doing a large assembly like this, I'm trying to play a little bit more with sub-assemblies on this project. But with AutoCAD, what you can do, I mean, you upload somebody else's files into your folder, and if you feel like integrating them into your design, it's just drag, drop. And then look, now we have this solid in this other file. So if I go to that other solid and I edit it, I will then get an error here saying that all my parts aren't up to date, and then I can update this file, and the edits that I've done in the other file will then propagate into this one. Sub-assemblies help a little bit with that because your timeline is much more simple. And that's what I'm doing right now with this program, or with this assembly, is that I've got the frame in a totally different document because it's got a billion little maker beam parts on it that I'll want to edit if I want to edit the frame, but generally these are locked in place. So I've got everything pulled into this document, and then this entire thing is pulled in as an assembly. So that frame is right here, and I can unview it if I want. Oh my God, my computer's naked. So I can then put it back in. I can go into the tree and see all the files that are still there. In fact, what I can also do is click on this. If I double click on this, it'll edit it in place. eventually. Hello? Double click. Okay. Well, I can click on the little pencil, edit it in place, and then associative edited in place. Reference to other components will be captured in assembly context. If you can toggle associativity in the edit in place menu. So there's a bunch of complexity around that. Now I get the cool ghost parts that are eventually going to be put in here. The radiators, unfortunately, don't really lend themselves to edit in place. There's a lot of triangles in there, a lot of surfaces in there. But yeah, the part that we're editing is now in focus, and I can mess about with it and do measurements versus other stuff. Now, I made the frame a particular dimension. I'm not going to mess with it right now, but if I edit in place, it'll then propagate back to the other design. So we're going to get out of edit in place, which is this button right here. It's like tacked onto the top, huh? Finish the edit in place, and I think it's probably going to like resave the other stuff. It's going to take its damn sweet time, isn't it? There we go. Everybody back. So the assemblies, I've got the frame, I've got the graphics card and the custom back panel that I built for it, and then the motherboard, the water cooler on the motherboard, and the back panel. Those are assemblies, and if I wanted to move them around or do the edit that I was talking about before, like trying to put the power socket in here, it would be a major pain in my ass because I'd have to go into these files, edit the outer dimensions, which luckily are the first sketch in those, and then position the pillars. But you can do that with all the measurement tools and stuff. So it's fairly, I don't know, the process that I've developed is fairly, I don't know, fungible. You can mess with it. But when I'm trying to design something, I think that the key, like the shining example of doing things properly in Fusion is the RC car drawing that I've done. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but the 1/24th scale RC car was a bunch of parts that didn't have 3D models. It's a combination of stuff that didn't have 3D models and stuff that did, but most of the stuff I had to actually model from scratch. So you're reverse engineering, like what are the major dimensions of all this stuff? And then all those parts were pulled into one big central drawing. What I did was I had the very beginning of the drawing was pulling in all the parts, and then there was one position at the end of that. And then you can take those steps and you can collapse them into like a folder. And then from there, it's generally, pull in all the external parts, one position step, and then sketch, extrusion, chamfers. That's the order of operations that'll keep your drawings from eating themselves. This one is purely positioning components, so it's kind of a mess. This is not a great example of exactly how to create something in Fusion, but I'm playing with sub-assemblies on this one to try to make sure that everything gets to where it needs to go. Anyway, that was an hour sidetrack. That took a little while. I'm wondering if I want the tubes to come out of the top of the radiators or the bottom. Because if the tubes come out of the bottom, that means that they can be behind something so they don't get in the way. If they're up top, then I've got tubes all over this thing, which is what I want. But I think it's going to be a little awkward to get them out of this area. If I do right angles, I could run them. What's up, Thunder Blase? If I do the right angle, the low profile right angles here, I could run them next to each other and down the side and do that on the other side too. And then this, of course, is not going to be here. I want to drop that down. Let's drop that down. Yeah, that's the last one right here. Okay, so we go to this position command and then move and, oh, well, hold on. What? It's Thunder Blase. Yeah. Well, I always call him. We are in this position command. I want to move this component, and then we can move it using the big funky move tool and just put that down. I'm wondering if I want it to be even with the top or if I want it to... The other one that I had, I was putting in between the two radiators so that I could do fittings on it. What would that look like? Well, you're in luck. You're in luck. Ew. Where is that? That step is... Do I even have the part in here? Yeah. This is the bits power one, not the coolants one. I could probably try to find a 45-degree adapter. Do I have one of those in my files? The computer just restart, or did it just turn off the monitors? I think it just turned off the monitors because the Stream Deck is still displaying stuff. I never know. I'm on high alert with my computer build to make sure that everything's okay. I think it is. It's just that the back of your mind, you're like, wait, did everything suddenly go wrong permanently? All right, fittings. So there's 1,000,000,001 fittings in CAD. They're not necessarily the ones that you're looking for or the look that you're looking for, but CAD Pog, yeah. we're doing Omega CAD Pog Champ Poggies. What? What did he just say? Did he just what? Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Random components. Wait, why random? Oh yeah, those are random components. Computer folder. Where are we? We're in water-cool fittings. There we go. And 45-degree angle adapter. So I just put a generic one in here. Oh wait, we're in the middle of a move command. Hold on. We wanna get out of that. So finish the move command. Beep pop beep. Just seeing how this looks. Let's close some of the garbage that we have open too. There we go. All right. So I actually have this. I had to, by the way, I had to rebuild. I had to build this 3D model for this component. And you can see it sitting over there by the water cool near the radiators. But I then found the Coolants one that looks much cooler. So I don't know which one I'm going to end up using. It's about the same as how Blender and Max work. Dimensions are lost when you scale parts or move vertices, edges, or faces. Yeah. So when you do mesh stuff like that, you can lose dimensions, but generally this is an engineering program. So you would do things like a press pull or whatever this tool is here, and that'll move the face and it'll change the extrusion step. So if there's already a step that defines the width of something and it's an extrusion, the program will actually go into that step and edit it. Or alternatively, you could do that. You could double click on the extrusion step and change the numbers. So that's where the timeline comes into, really comes into play. What up, Walrus? All right, so let's get a 45-degree angle adapter in there and just see. I just want to see. I could actually physically build that in real life, to be honest. I think I have. If I just dig up a couple of my 45-degree angle adapters, I could actually build this. All right, so I'm going to start it there and just let it come into position there. Now on the end of my timeline, I have the insertion step for this thing. But we're just fooling around right now, so let's just see what happens when I take this, and I will put this into position. So how do I do that? So I need a move command on this thing. I move it around. How come I don't have 1,200 people watching me do stuff like this, whereas Rabaz sits there and plays Stormworks for 50 hours? And everybody watches and do essentially what we're doing right now. Okay, put that there. Now, the way that I move these things, I actually delete them, and then I delete my entire channel. No, what I do is I use a point-to-point move, and I go from either radius here. So this is the base plate radius. Now, it's going to stick out a little bit from there because there's an O-ring, and that's generally less predictable. But what I can do is I can move that radius to this radius, and now we have an attachment. So it looks like this is going to be busting the radiator out a little bit further than I want them to be. It might not be all that bad. The mirror command's not going to have any of that. Might not be all that bad. Let's see if I can actually build this in real life. I think it's going to be a little too wide. But yeah, I think I can put that together. Let's just see what that looks like. You guys back off a little bit, man. You're creeping me out. So I need two 45-degree angle fittings, which I think are back here. I have a camera cable going across the shop right now, so I gotta be careful about where I'm moving. Oh, damn it! It looks like my water cooling fittings are in another castle. They're in another area. So I got these here. I'm gonna have to do a BRB and go get the fittings. Yeah, it's a bits power. I think the Coolants one is probably a little cooler looking though, because it's flat and it's bigger. Here, let me go find fittings. I'm gonna put up a BRB. That would be in overlays, BRB. You guys can look at the computer and then put on something to let you know that everything's still operating. It's all part of the plan. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go find 45-degree angle adapters. No hum, but it makes a rattle. That's not good. Okay, I'm back. Down goes the volume. Okay, so let's see if I have that in this bin. My bin of water cooling nonsense. All the nonsense is in this bin. Perhaps not the fitting I'm looking for, though. Look at this this reservoir. This is all just garbage that I've collected over the years. Not exactly good for this build. Plus, this stuff is all cloudy and old. That could have saved me. This is a 5 1/4 dry bay. It wasn't until after a month. Well, I need to have something visual at the front of the build. These are too smaller. No. I'll just put more radiators on this thing. It's all fans and radiators, huh? Where are all my fittings? What happened to them? I think I got them for a particular thing, and then I keep these like giant syringes from like marinating things because they're really good at filling stuff. Well, yeah, I can make one. I happen to have the fitting, so I'm just gonna try to just whip this up for fun, just so we can see it. Sometimes it's better to like physically interact with the thing, you know? I can do another one. Wait a minute. If I move this back and put that there, oh, there's like rust on this. Wait a minute. What if I did this? Oh my god, it's like an Alpha Cool commercial. I don't think this will work. It's too many radiators. Too many radiators. All right, so my fittings aren't in this bin. What did I do with the fittings then? I think they're all in one place. Ah, man, I know I have them. I just need to find them. I know they exist. The question is where? And they're not in that bin over there. Where else would they have gone? Maybe in that computer bin? I don't understand where all my fittings went. I think I put them somewhere in order to organize them, and they've gotten away from me. There's a bird outside that sounds like a squeaky wheel. Like, I thought a fan was broken or something. And here, now, what did I do with all my water cooling fittings? Chat, what did you do with my water cooling fittings? What have you done with them? Go outside with a can of WD-40 and start spraying birds. Sure, yeah, no, I don't got nothing else to do. All right, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find this. I gotta step over the camera cable. I did that so that I could put the computer on screen. I hope you're happy. What about this box? This box is my old computer gear. There's that bird. Sounds like a squeaky, or like a little pocket, like noisemaker. Let's see. One of these project bins might, no, those are the hardline fittings. I don't need those. That's not the right kind of fitting. I need the right kind of fitting. Oh wait, what's in here? Nope, that's just cables. It's just a lot of cables. Wow, that's a lot of wires. That's a lot of wire. Where else? Where else? Where else? Where else? Where else could my fittings have gotten to? You know, they're probably just in like a bin or in an enclosure. Because yeah, the Stream PC water cooling project is also needs a little bit of time and love from Fusion 360. Got all the stuff in the drawing all planned out and in the right position, but I need to make solids around it in order to make the sort of blend everything together so that it looks like a computer. But all right, let's see over here. I've got, there's like one or two other places where I think they might have gotten to. Where are those places? I think I've lost them. I think I've lost my mind, and they'll come up later. That sucks. I have a bunch of water cooling fittings. It's just they got shuffled into a project bin and lost. Well, they're not lost. They're still in the bin. Just don't know where that bin is. They're not there, not there, not there. I need to dispose of batteries. I've got too many batteries from RC cars and copters and stuff, and they're old. They're old and supremely unsafe. I'll need to figure that one out. I think there's like a special trash day that I need to go to for the township or something. So I don't know what happened to the fittings. I'm actually a little bit beside myself on this one because, you know, my water cooling stuff has been dispersed among a bunch of different bins. And I think I put them all together somewhere, but I don't know where that somewhere is now. I had a bunch of right angle fittings. I had a bunch of 45-degree angle fittings, and they were all Alibaba sourced because the ones from Alibaba didn't have logos on them. So I don't know. I'm looking around. I trade them for magic beans. I might have. Everybody is doing the birds are not real thing, huh? What's weird is that there are people that actually believe that, even though that whole thing was made up to just be a fun meme. It was supposed to be so ridiculous that it wasn't believable, but the internet always finds the lowest point. And so there are people who are crazy enough to actually believe that birds aren't real. And it's moderately disturbing, if not very. All right, so I got some silicone tube over here. Let's see. This is all Keurig stuff, but this is from Burn the Subs, which may mean... Wait, what about this one? That one is those things. This one is those things. What is that one? No, that's Maker Beam. Okay, so that's not... Nope, no water cooling fittings in this stuff. You go back to where I've temporarily put it. Temporarily, permanently. Those are all screws, but this bin might have water cooling fittings in it. This might be where we left the 45-degree angle ones. Yeah, here's some hose fittings. Oops, I almost hit the mouse, which might have changed scenes. Ah, here they are. Found them. That took 10 hours, but we did it. We did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. Ah, bop, 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 bop. Okay. There's a lot of weird stuff connected to this. Just from our adventures water cooling other stuff. Okay, 45-degree angles. You know, these are technically 45, but they're too lengthy. Too girthy. Let's see. Let's just undo this weird clown pipe that I've made. The third radiator, I don't know about this third radiator business that we're looking at here. I don't know. It makes me laugh, but at the same time, I don't know. Ooh, big airplane going by. All right, let's get this stuff all separated out and see what we've got to deal with. So yeah, when we were looking at Burn the Subs is going to be water cooled just because it's funny. And I'm using these distribution blocks from, again, AlphaCool. They're the only ones that make Raspberry Pi sized water cooling stuff for the psychos out there. But yeah, G1/4 fittings are really easy to engineer into stuff. You just drill a hole and tap it, as long as you have a smooth material on the top. Okay. Asshole. Anyway, let's do this. So these are hardline fittings, and I'm not going hardline with this. I'm also going to probably have to pick out the damage over there, or just get, you know, rattle can over that. That's hopefully it'll just be blocked. Hopefully we just won't see it. Now the Raspberry Pi doesn't overheat by any measure. It's just that the laser needs to be water cooled. The laser needs to be cooled, and the motor controllers also need to be cooled. So I was like, well, they sell these, what is it? AlphaCool sells water blocks that are vaguely Raspberry Pi sized. So why not get a couple of those and throw it on the project? And then while I'm at it, I can also water cool the, what do you call it? The Raspberry Pi, because I'm buying Raspberry Pi sized stuff anyway. So that was basically the logic. That's how it all went together. I don't have another one of those. Ah, son of a bitch. Some bitch. I don't have another one of these. This is all like asymmetrical stuff that I have, unfortunately. What would that do? Nothing. All right. Some bitch. Yeah, I don't have a male-to-male that I can put in there. It might actually be on Burn the Subs right now. I'll have to check. I'll look in just a minute here. But yeah, this a little rattle might be bad. Not really. There's a couple little weirdnesses. There's a couple little weirdnesses in the CAD that I'm annoyed with, but it's not that big of a deal. Ugh. Go the long way on it. That would put that like that. And then this would be here. It would be a little restrictive, but I could put the thing on top of it, and then that would be sort of its own. Well, let me see if I can find another male-to-male adapter, which is all the way over here. I just loosen more of my camera equipment. Oh. Okay. Okay, we got it. Jeez. Nope, we didn't get it. It was loose. My camera's loose. My camera. Okay, and move the light so that it doesn't totally wash out. That's where I found the fittings. I'm gonna go look there again. That's the reservoir from a Keurig, which I was thinking about whether or not I could use this in this build. I don't think it does. Does recovering from a hangover count? Yes, it does. That's a job in and of itself. This has a heater in it, so I don't think it would be a good idea to be using this. It would be cool. I wish the Keurig reservoir was a little bit more visually appealing, but it does look like a little industrial. I would use this if I were building a regular tower. If I were building a regular tower, having this as the reservoir would be pretty cool. You need to add like a sight glass so that you could see the height of the liquid fill. Yeah, there's a bunch of garbage from a Keurig and from our building of Burn the Subs. I'm not seeing any additional fittings in here though. Anything we've used on Burn the Subs is off limits, but I guess I can get one of the adapters from it. Yeah, there's no more fittings there. They're all over there. No, I can't. I can't steal stuff from Burn the Subs. It's sitting over there neglected. I'm not gonna mess with it until we work on it again. And I'm not gonna steal parts from it, that's for sure. I can't steal parts from it. And get back over to chat. There's some new people and I wanna make sure that they're not wrecking the place. I got caught on the camera cable. That wire right there. It's like a child gate. Okay, put the tripod back up. The mic pack that I use, this little guy, that caught on the cable. Yeah, the IR camera doesn't lie. I'm full of heat. All right, so can't find the male-to-male fitting because I bought two and I needed one for Burn the Subs. So we just kind of have to hold it up and see what we think. But I think this is a little too close together. If I wanted to move it apart, I could move it to the other hole, but then it would be too far apart. It would be, well, actually, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah, if this is gonna rattle, that's not gonna be very kosher for this build. I wanted something visual that would show us an indicator of current. Be nice if these companies would actually put a little bit of effort into some of these builds, some of these parts and cool little widgets. Because for a build like this, you need to have something like this. You have a little fun, right? Remember fun? Remember fun, chat? Remember when games used to be fun? Oh, that thing didn't want to cooperate. All right, it's like that, like this. That is actually far enough apart, isn't it? We can do this up in CAD a little bit more, but a little morb. Did you just say morb? Did you just morb all over stream? Oh my god. I morbed, chat. I'm sorry. That's a little far apart for my liking. I don't like to have all that extra space. Yeah, so the wherever the pump is connected to, it'll also give water movement. I mean, as long as you know the pump is working, and that's what the extra plug is, right? You plug it into a fan socket. Of course, I'm gonna have to rewire this one because it's got a like a SATA connector. That's not gonna go. Oh, fun. But yeah, you control it like a fan. So, I remember fun. Yeah, I had fun once. Hated it. Looking forward to the day the quantum computers become a subject to streamers like this. Today I'm building a computer that will cure cancer in 15 minutes once built. Dude, I want an AI to diagnose me. I want to shovel all of my health problems into an AI's gullet and have it swallow and then poop out like, oh, this is what's wrong with you. You know, I got so many weird little health things that I deal with on a daily. It'd be interesting to know what an AI thought was my problem. It would be like, you need to just like move your body around a little bit and you'll be healed. And be like, haha, oh, AI, you work in such weird ways. Two FLT 120s, yeah. Yeah, and that reporting is super important. I actually even have the AIO that I'm using. The AIO I have reporting. I'm gonna go get one of those male-to-male adapters off of Burn the Subs. But the one of the words hypnotize. One of the hold on. There we go. All right, let me get this thing from Burn the Subs so we can take a look at it. I have on the Stream Deck because HW Info is able to put data into Stream Deck panels. What I've got is what was that? I have a Stream Deck panel that actually reports the speed of the AIO, even though it's always at max. So if that speed ever drops down, I will know to panic. There is a little bit of liquid in this, so I could be signing my death warrant. What does it even mean? Play us out. How do I get... There's the fitting. No, that's not the fitting. I need that little one. Where's the little one? There it is. It's right there. It's right there. That's the fitting. I don't know if I can really get to it, to be fair. I don't know if that's going to happen. Plus, this is going to puke its guts out all over when I do get it. This is like very loose, too. Very loose, like my stool. I can't get it. I can't get the fitting. I'm going to have to buy another one. Let's put all this back. Let's put Burn the Subs back. Let's put Burn the Subs back. You hang out for a bit, bud. We'll get to you eventually. It's a weird looking project. All right. So if I hang this off of the front, I mean, this is going to make it totally uneven and stupid. It's now all the way over there. Yeah, no. But if I did do this, this would sit here. It would be a little bit too roomy. We can do this better in CAD too, because I don't have to go and spend $20 on a fucking fitting. I have to drive 15 minutes to Micro Center, buy a $14 fitting, drive 15 minutes back. At least I can do that, but still. But then I have the rattly flow indicator on the front. But I feel like there's a lot of wasted space around here, which is why I was looking at that other, the other one. Because if I put this horizontally like this, I think what's going to happen is that impeller is going to have the ability to rattle front and back. If I do the other one and it's flat, gravity is going to be pushing down on the impeller and hopefully keeping it from rattling. I'm not sure though. Again, I have not run one of these little guys in a build before. I wanted to have something kind of central that would give me an indicator of stuff going on, aside from just a little bit of water movement in the reservoir. The bubbles will move around a little bit, depending on the fill level. This thing seems like it's designed to be used like this. Like this. With gravity going downwards. But I'm going to be using it flat. That's going to be a little weird. I know that the pump is powerful enough that if it's used up to its maximum, it will probably start pulling in air in this setup. So that's going to also be an issue. I love how much stress there is on flow, like openness and flow throughout the entire thing. And then they've got this incredible restriction right there. Weird. But, you know, the impeller's going pretty quickly, so yeah, so I don't know about putting this thing there. I think it spreads everything out too much. We can look at it in CAD though. Let's look at it in CAD, because after all, that's the title of the stream today. Move all my stupid fittings over here. Of course, this is getting in my way. The steering wheel is still here. I'm still working with the steering wheel, and I have absolutely no fucking clue what it needs in order to get to the next step. I'm going to revisit that tonight, and I'll sort of look over everything and see where I'm at with that. Because I think maybe I need to inject some button presses in there so that it thinks that the device is alive and it tries to get to the end of the configuration. But that's the only idea that I have, so. What won't? Is hardline rotating super easy? Oh, it rattled no matter what the orientation. Ah, damn it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Yeah. Top-down flow, same thing. But I want it. I want it. Yeah, I understood. I had to reread the comments. Sorry, I'm going in 4 directions at once right now, mentally. You may have noticed I'm not all there. Let's see. I would like to flip over the radiator. Let's do that. Flip over the radiator. So I'm going back to my... Well, I guess I can edit in place. Well, I think I'd rather just open it in its own thing. I mean, here's the deal. Like, if it rattles, we will have designed... This isn't a crucial component to the rest of the build. It'll be a wasted $30. And this one wasn't $30. The other one that I'm looking at is around $30. It'll be a wasted $30 and a little bit visually less appealing. I can come up with something like with Nixie tubes or something that I can put in that space. That's what we'll plan for. If it rattles, it rattles. If it doesn't, I'll be very happy. And we'll just play it by ear. We'll just play it by ear. When did the sleek build get a supercharger sticking out of the hood? I wanted to do a circular radiator on it. I wanted to have like a tube radiator, or sorry, a tube reservoir. I wanted to have a tubular reservoir in the middle, sort of in this space, like right here. But I looked at EK's website and they had just released an 80mm radiator. And I looked at it and I went, that looks like a carburetor. So I had to do it. I had to do this. The circular one, it would be kind of cool if I took a circular, like if I was somehow able to work with acrylic in order to make something that looked a little bit more like a supercharger. I mean, V8 would have been the search term, but make something that looked like kind of like that with the pump sticking out of one side. And somehow you'd be able to like view water level on that. That would have been cool. I'd like find like a plastic water bottle. Can't believe I'm searching this. Yeah, use a oh, here we go. Minecraft torch. That's a water bottle? That's really messing with my head. Oh, that's okay, that might be the coolest water bottle. I'm looking for like a weird shaped one, you know, like this. Oh god. Yeah, I need like a weird like this. Like I know that's circular, isn't it? Yeah. They're all circular. I need something that's like smushed. What the hell is a Whipple? Am I gonna regret searching this? I would say I'm totally safe searching on Amazon for stuff, but I found there's an entire category of beer taps that are nudie women being sold on Amazon, because I get up to some weird stuff in the evenings, and so I don't trust Amazon anymore to keep my stream safe. I just don't. Have a look, runner water bottle. Have you guys just abandoned grammar? Oh my God. Ew. Ew. Oh, Whipple's a brand of supercharger? Okay, I didn't know that. Oh, I see. It's a back-mounted. We'll just put a Camelback on top of the build. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a weird runner-shaped water bottle. But it would be interesting to put something that looked like a supercharger as the reservoir. But that's not. We don't have to do that. I'm just going to vaguely insinuate the shape of car. I mean, you know, if anything, I could put a circular, use a VW sphere water bottle. There's also a sphere pump reservoir combo, but said supercharger. I immediately thought of Whipple. Yeah, I just didn't know what it was. So if we position this stuff here, I mean, all I need to do is I want to flip the radiator and just take a look at what it looks like. I think I'm going to insist on using tubes though, which means I need to get the different one, the different flow indicator, the one that sits flat, the Coolants one. Because I think if I use tubes, the Coolants one has the tubes coming in at a different angle, and I can just plumb that into the system. That will of course be in between the two radiators, but it'll still be a very visual thing. I don't know if I want to face the tubes towards the outside of the case or if they should face inside, which is the more sensible thing to do. But it's not as weird, right? Brings me back to my mechanical engineering class. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a little bit more art than it is mechanical engineering. We're sort of working within the tools that we have in order to try to figure out how to piece together a style. This has style, it has substance and style. But we're trying to do something functional at the same time. I just put my water down and it went bloop and a fucking little tiny dart of water shot into my eye. All right. But he's wearing glasses. How could that possibly happen? Yeah, it happens. Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem. It looks like even with... Huh. My best hope for this is to go beyond the water cool fittings on the processor, because the top isn't going to fit. Yeah, I can't. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Even with low profile, these are the lowest profile ones that I could find. Even with these super low profile ones, it's not going to fit. Now, I would love to give this thing the full automotive and go with banjo fittings, but I don't think that's really going to work out. I think sourcing them and getting the right size and stuff is going to be a little bit too difficult. Banjo-Kazooie? Banjo fittings. You see them on like hydraulics a lot. They're just a very low profile method of right angle fitting where you can use a wrench to put it back together and get a high pressure seal. In our case, we would put O-rings on it and we would not get a high pressure seal. But if I could get the flow rate, and that would require modifying of the bolts, which is basically what the company did. Well, not fully, but it's what they did in order to create the same principle in order to create these right angle fittings. What they did is they took the principle of a banjo fitting and they essentially applied it to water cooling stuff, and they then machined away the center bolt piece to have a ton of flow, not a whole ton of torque, because it doesn't need it. But I thought it would be cool to use banjo fittings. They might be a little lower profile, but I'm having some doubt, just a little bit of doubt. So I'll probably have to get fittings. The EKWB ones have a better look, but they're a bit taller. So that means that I need to move the radiator away from it, either by moving it up or out. Moving it out makes this thing take up that much more space. I don't really like the prospect of doing that. This is at 45 degrees right now, and we're doing that just for the look. Before I had them at like 35, and they were a little bit flatter to everything, but I think we're going to keep them at 45. I think I want to keep that engine kind of look to it. And then the reservoir is probably going to have to move upwards. The rotatomerator, I don't know if we're going to do this one. I don't think it's going to work. Looking at it over here, I mean, it looks all right, but I think the fitment of it and everything else, unfortunately, I don't have enough fittings to make it happen. So do that, and then this one's like this. You know, that creates, I mean, that creates our 45-degree angle look and everything, but it's a little too spacious. It's not that spacious. I just don't want this thing to dictate a primary design choice in the rest of this build, you know? I'm trying to make the cooler mostly just exist above the computer and be sort of its own thing. Also, this is kind of fixed here. I mean, I guess that can rotate forward. I could put this even at an angle if I wanted to. But then, I don't know. I've done terrible things to the valve cover of a 944. No, I don't want that. It's also a hell of a lot larger than this thing. What's the height on those? They're like 14. Hold on, let's just get a measurement here. Top to bottom. Nope. All right, come over here. There you go. Okay, so boop. Can't really get under this right now. We can get that line down there. That's something in the way. We're peeking around the corner. So from there, hello? Oh my God, moving very slowly. It thinks I'm operating on something very close up. Oh, there we go. It suddenly released me. Boop. 19.7. This is about 20 millimeter. Give or take an O-ring. So it's going to stick up a little bit from that. Whereas the EK ones, EK low profile 90, they're like this is the most compact 90-degree fitting that you can find anywhere, and then they say a height of just 21 millimeters. I was like, wait a minute. Hey, hold on, wait, 90 millimeter. 90-degree diversion fitting. What's that? Is it even smaller? $5. Bits power again. How does this one even work? Wait a minute. What could you possibly be attaching to? Oh, this is an even more compact version. Ah. To put into the other one? Is that what it is? No. How do you attach something to this? Or is this supposed to be that's supposed to go into the outer thing? What holds it down? Yeah, what holds it down? Or does the other one just rotate around that? Huh. Wait, does this thing have internal? Let's look at, wait, wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm very confused right now. Coolants. See, this would be the one that I'm looking at. This is the super low profile one. Fitting, blah, 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 blah. Lower profile fitting, then wait. It's a special lower profile. Oh, I see. It's a lower profile version of that. All right, never mind. Blah, 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 blah. But, so this is, where's the seal? What am I connecting here? Is that a hard line? Because it certainly isn't threaded. I want to see this thing in use. Who makes this? Bits Power. Bits Power, and then the part number is, well, that's the SKU. I don't think I'm going to find that, but it would be Bits Power 90 degree. Oops. No equals. I was like, I want to see it in use because it's weird. I think, is it meant for like a hard line? That might be what it's all about. Yeah, there it is. That's from Frozen CPU. I think I bought stuff from this place before. How in the ever-living fuck are you supposed to use this thing? Just thread this inside the reservoir to create an anti-cyclone effect, but yet low profile, can be used with most. This is for use inside of a reservoir. Huh. Well, it's just there to kill the cyclone that's created by the pump, if that's even like something you require. So it's basically, that's basically a different version of this. If there happened to be a threaded fitting right there, that's where that thing would go. It would go in here instead of that little plastic nubbin. That's fine. It was a weird puzzle to figure out. Like, wait a minute, something's wrong here? Hey, it comes in black too. From Titan Rig. None of these people show it in use. Ah, God, that one's very copper. Sorry, very brass. Very brass. Red! Okay, all right, so that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Unless I was going to, like, TIG weld. Yeah, these things are just monstrously expensive. And given the look that I want to give this computer, I'm going to have to buy a bunch of them. I don't like... but yeah, the EK ones are much cooler looking because they've got like a hexagonal fitting in the top, but they're taller. They're 22 millimeters high. So that gets it right in the fucking way. That's going to put it right where, why is appearance menu open? That's going to put it right where I need this radiator to sit, unless I space things out a little bit more. But if I go outward, then I've got to go the entire width of this thing all the way to here in order to put that thing further out. Look like a part for hard tube water cooling. I thought that too, but there's no O-ring. You need to have O-rings in hardline water cooling, unless you're welding the tubes or soldering them. You use all copper tubing. That would suck, because then you would need to have like a coupling that you could undo, and then you'd have to unscrew the entire... That wouldn't work here, because that can't rotate if there's a pipe on it. That would be like a permanent... Yeah, not good. I don't know, I really want to use the EK fittings because they're better looking than these. But if I have to use these, then so be it. But these are much shorter than their counterpart. And these are what were they again? They were like 19.75. The other ones are 22. So that's 3 millimeters. 3 millimeters is ridiculous. 3 millimeters takes us to like, what is the difference in height between this and our outside of the case? And these are all problems that oh wow, they're just about the same height. They're 0.5 millimeter apart from one another. Look at that. Yeah. These are all problems that I've created for myself, by the way. These are all problems that I've created for myself. Because my height of these was arbitrarily determined to be 47 instead of 50 millimeters. I should have made them 50 millimeters. I probably could have just bought parts off of the shelf for 50 millimeters. I had to make it 47. Those 3 millimeters would go far in helping me properly mount stuff too. Well, it'd be 1.5 millimeter on either side, which I think this is a little bit I think this would still stick out. And actually now would be the time for me to make that edit. It just means I'm going to have to do a lot more 3D printing. Nope, that did the wrong distance. Whatever, anyway. Well, if I do grant myself 3 millimeters, how can I sit on the council without the rank of master, though? If I do grant myself 3 millimeters, that means that this collision is no longer a thing. And I might just do that. Hold on, let's take a look at the anodized maker beam. I mean, if we're doing this, I'm going to have to do that much 3D printing anyway in order to make all the new panels. So unfortunately, that height's going to change. Yep. What is this called? Is it clear anodization? They don't mention it. Great. So I got to go through and find anodized. See, that's 100 millimeters. That's double the height. They just double it. They just double the numbers that I'm looking for. Ugh. It just ignores my search terms. Well, the original build was about minimizing. It was about properly minimizing everything. So that height was actually perfect. It just barely got me over the CPU cooler fan. But now that I'm going water cooling, everything changes. The graphics card is just incredibly compact with water cooling compared to what it was before. But now if I go with 50 millimeters, I'm clearancing just the processor. This is unfortunately a very big boy, and I can't deal with it. So I guess I'll have to do that. I'll have to go to 50 millimeters. So let's do that right now. We'll go to 50. It means I need to recut this carbon fiber, which I'm not looking forward to. I guess I did it. I'll have offshoots of carbon fiber, and I'll be able to cut them to fit. Which means I'm gonna have a lot of extra space on these parts. But this will show you a little. This will be a little flexing of Fusion 360's capabilities here. All right, so I'm just seeing if I need to cut 27,000 posts or if I can just buy the 50 millimeter posts. I would like to just buy the 50 millimeter posts, but MakerBeam is not exactly super duper prominent these days. There are cheaper competitors, and I'm starting to see less from actual MakerBeam stuff. For instance, we had trouble finding 50 millimeter right off the bat. It might exist. I hope it does. That's 100 by 10 by 10. I need 350 millimeter and I need 50 millimeter. And then all our measurements are going to be standard, right? They're all going to be within 50 millimeter increments, which will be nice. That'll be nice. That means I can just use off the shelf stuff. Before I had to cut and machine and tap a bunch of different rails. I may have to make the 50s though, if they don't come in anodized flavor. The anodization is important. It's an important contrast in the... Why are we looking at this? Why are we looking at this? Why? It's an important contrast in the look of the outer case of this thing. I have dark red, black, stainless steel, and then anodized aluminum. And that sort of draws the whole look together. My only regret is that, unfortunately, I have to lose the Founders Edition card cooler styling. That looks so good, but we're losing it. It's going away. I guess I could try to like make that weird cut angle in the outer case. That would look kind of cool, but what percentage of the stuff is not made in China? Is Alpha Cool? I know they're German, but I don't think they're manufactured in Germany. 40 by 10 by 10. They sell a 40 by 10 by 10 and a 50 by 10, a 60 by 10 by 10. This is literally every measurement but the one that I need. I don't even, I'm going to open it up because maybe there's a related thing. Maybe it's one of those things, you know? The feet for the computer are actually, they're rubber stoppers for like a 60s Chevy. I found the parts on Amazon, and it's basically like a little rubber nub, and the inner diameter of it is the same diameter as the corner cubes. Nano beam. Oh, these are the super duper tiny ones. Yeah, that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. $35. And you can get all these fancy colors. And then as soon as you build something with it, it explodes. This is the old iFixit screwdriver, by the way. I used to have this. I used to use this one. Oh, no, never mind. It's a slightly different design. Slightly different design. I don't like that whole O-rings as grip surface for your screwdriver thing that they were doing back then. That's like a really bad way to do that, because the O-rings, they just fly away. I can't believe this is 40 and 60, and there's no 50. But to get the 60s and cut 10 millimeters off of like 25 of them. I don't have a good chop saw for that. 40 by 10 by 10, 60 by 10 by 10. Are there really no 50 millimeter? What do they call it? They call this anodized? Clear anodized. 50 millimeter clear anodized maker beam. It would be very easy on me if I could just get them. 50 by 15 by 15. No. It's all XL. XL is the only one that comes in this. Well, here's their website. All right, let's do that. 10 by 10 profile. Length anodized and clear. 1500 millimeter. I have some of that. It's on Burn the Subs, although we use the black stuff. And that's what's holding the linear rails up. It's all maker beam over there. It should be the other stuff, but it's not. 40 to 60. Cut and tap. For 10 by 10, €3. No, thank you. So I'd have to buy the 60s and cut them down to 50. Whereas I cut them down to 47. This is going to be a long machining session then. I don't have the right chop saw to make a nice clean cut. And I guess I could come up with a jig for it. I've been meaning to get to that project for quite some time, is creating something that'll cut the 2020 profile, as well as something as small as this. I used to have one of those miniature chop things, but it wasn't all that well made. I was thinking about making like a maker beam like mount for that little tiny chop saw, but it was never really a good tool. But it could save me time if I could get that chop in one operation instead of having to use an end mill on it. These little guys. They're little belt-driven blades. That one looks, it's $300. Jesus Christ. These things are literally just a motor with a little buzz saw on the end of it. And then you have this weird-ass safety that kind of makes it that much more difficult to use. That one looks cool. What is that for? That's $139? You have got to be mad. Look, this just has a universal DC motor on it. Yeah, that's one thing is just get. I have a giant 1500 millimeter one that I can just cut down. It's right here. We'll get it. That's what I cut to get the weird. Oh no, I can't go get it. I have my child lock barriers and the camera cables in my way. I don't want to step over it right now. I have a very large length of the stuff, so if I can cut it in just one operation, then I'll just do that. I think is 250. 350, please. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy giant lengths even to make 350 millimeter. I'm gonna have to recut 4 in order to make the 4 front pieces, and then this one I think is 300 millimeters, so I can just buy that. Oh man, every single measurement of this thing is just out to fuck me. I shouldn't curse that freely. I probably shouldn't curse. People like watch my streams at the office. I hope I'm not on speakers cursing my little mouth off. Somebody's boss is walking by and I'm going, butt fucking son of a bitch. I hope that's not a reality for some of y'all. You better have headphones on. Yeah, earbuds. I watch people on speakers and I don't know. Some of the people I watch have been like, why would anybody use headphones or not use headphones? That's cringe. It's totally cringe not to use headphones. I'm like, motherfucker, like I walk away from my computer all the time. So the lengths that I need are not sold. I need to buy longer lengths, cut them down. Look the boss in the eye and say a technical term. It's on the cloud. Oh my God, he said the cloud. I got nothing. Let's get out of here. Non-fungible. $80 for a little table saw. I could just hit it with a hatchet. Yeah, I've got the cutting jig for the Dremel wheel. It's not as, the Dremel wheel is not as clean as something with actual like blades on a piece of metal. I've had one of these in the past, the not $59 version. I didn't like it because that little clamp at the bottom is very cheap. It's hatefully cheap, actually, to be honest. And then looking at anything better than this is like $1 billion. $60, really? It is not worth $60. I have the hand saw, and I've been meaning to put that on like a linear rail because that makes the best cuts. You know, a proper chop saw too. I would love to find a proper chop saw. Yeah, these things like skyrocketed. The Proxxon ones are probably going to be the best deal, but it's $300 fucking dollars. Anything Proxxon is just gold. Gold. I'm not cutting that much pipe. I don't lay that much pipe, chat. eBay. Not saving money. Used. Used? Really? No? It's only 3 listings and it's only new. All right. Piece of shit. Fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to, the best way for me to do it is on the milling machine because that makes a nice flat face, so. Make a miter box? No. Double walrus? No. I have a freaking milling machine sitting right behind me. You know? I can just use that. I can just set up a jig on the milling machine that'll chop. It's Walrus Squared. Yeah, we got a lot of walrus names kicking around sometimes, depending on whether or not the Roblox people are around. Did Amazonian Walrus, is that his emote? Because I think he could probably steal that emote from Rabaz, and then all he needs is like 3 people to watch him for like a month, and then he can just put that into Twitch and have his own emote. I have no idea what Porter Cable is. Portaband? Yeah. I mean, the little fixture for that little portable thingy would be good. I have that bandsaw. Bandsaws don't cut nice, though. They don't make a nice cut. They're good for cutting down material that you're then going to put on the mill. That's why I have it. That's why I have the portable bandsaw. That thing is a hell of a tool. I love it. That thing was almost $300. But it's worth it, because if you have a block of aluminum, that thing will just eat it. It'll just eat it down to size, and then I can throw it on the milling machine. But I want a one operation clean cut on these things. I don't think I'm going to get it. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I'm probably going to have to mill them in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how. I don't really want to vertically cut anything because it's scary. But I guess I could set up my horizontal saw, which makes a really good cut. We used it on the heatsink for the we used it on that heatsink that's all the way down at the bottom, right next to chat. We used it to cut a fin, like 1 fin height off of that thing, and it cut brilliantly clean. So if I could use it to cut the those bars down, I could maybe do it in one operation. I'm not sure. Have you ever seen giraffes fighting? They whip their heads around at each other, and it looks like somebody made it up. Okay, so they don't sell 50 millimeter, which is really kind of disappointing to me. I'm gonna have to do machining operations to make it 50 millimeter. Let's put that in the model. Let's get this all placed and edited in the model so I can show you guys a little bit of this process. So let's go and jump back over. I'm gonna, I guess, undo the fittings and stuff that I put in. Let's get that 45-degree angle fitting out of here. Okay, so we'll come back to this. But I'm thinking that instead of and unfortunately I bought this thing. Instead of having this in here, I would rather have the Coolants one that looks cooler. And then if it ends up rattling, I can bypass it. I can just instead hook up. And actually, I wonder if I could put a bypass on this. Can I put a valve right here? Just put a valve and then 2 splitters on either side of the valve. I did this on my old water cooling setup so that I could bypass a fill port and have it go out to something external. So what I'd have was from an old research setup. There, I had a cool bath, and it was basically just a compressor that wraps the tube around a little water bath, and then it has like a pump that goes down into it here. What would you call it? Cool bath science. Cool bath. No, let's not Google Images search that. Actually, I'll do it in another window so we don't end up having nudity on my stream. Because it's that search has some pretty raunchy results with kids in, hold on, kids in bathtubs and stuff. Oh my God. If I get taken out by that image, there's actually a lot of skeleton and bath pictures here, but I'm looking for a particular style of scientific equipment that I had on my old computer. All these ones have internal pumps now. This one had like an external pump on it, and I forget what the terminology is. What is the term for the external pump? Is the term for the external pump? All these people in like taking a shower. What is? I wanna. Let's do refrigerated. That would be the one. Refrigerated bath. There we go. Now it's all science equipment. All right. I've scrubbed the terms. So it was something akin to these things, but it was older, much older than these, and it barely was able to cool, but it was able to have my computer run at a little bit less than ambient temperature without the danger of it condensating. Why did I say that so weird? Condensating. The condensation wasn't a big deal because the bath didn't work. Yeah, I'm not finding anything. There's a particular style of these that has like a pump that's on like a riser. It's like up and separate from everything else, and that's what I had on the old computer. That's why I had a bypass. Oh my God, that was scary. Yeah, but what I was thinking is of having the valve in there so that if I wanted to, I could just flip it and bypass the flow indicator. Maybe that's a little too much. It's not like I don't have room for it, but that might just be a little, that might be a big ask. What I can do instead is if this thing annoys me, I can just plumb it out. Just remove it. 30 foot of flexible copper tubing in my garage. My improved skill in my old age is to try water cooling with that again. Yeah, it'd be fun. That could be fun. All right, so let's lift this to 50 millimeters. So what I can do is go into the parts files and edit them. So in the rails folder, I have my 47 millimeter profile. 40, 47. Go to the 47s. We're going to make that into 50. It kind of sucks that they don't sell it in 50 millimeters, and I'd have to spend €3 a rail in order to alter that. And I think for the number that I need, I'm just going to have to make them myself and then tap the holes in the ends. I've done it before. But anyway, since this was a Fusion 360 part, there's a timeline on it. And I didn't make this. I got this off of grabcad. But what the advantage of this is that it is a step file. And a step file means that it exists in steps, which means it has a history, which means the primary extrusion of 47 millimeters I can make into 50. Like that. Now my part is permanently altered. I hit save. And then I rename the file so that it actually has the right dimensions. Close that. Go to the 47s. Make them into 50. Beep, boop, beep, bop, bop. Oops, I opened it again. My bad. Close. Rename. And the reason I'm altering the file is because I don't need it anywhere else. I only need it in this project. So the 47 millimeter beams are now completely obsolete for everything around here. And I've got a bunch of them. Now what that's going to do is break the positioning of everything. Nothing's really going to be altered, but we need to go through the individual files for everything and alter them in order to give it that extra 3 millimeter. Oh boy, it's thinking real hard about it. Yep, there we go. So we got a little squish. We got a bit of a confliction there. Where did the top piece come in? Did I put it in specifically? No, not there. Unfortunately, these pieces are going to expand from the center. So we're going to expand them from the center. Then I'm going to have to go back into all of the position commands here and just scooch them up by 2 millimeter. Or like 1.5. It's all going to have to move up 1.5, but this is going to have to move up 1. So I think the frame is the full frame. So we go back to the computer folder, go back to the air-cooled, water-cooled frame. Oh my God, it's not up to date. Update. Bonk. Okay, so then I move this stuff up. So let's find those rails. Which one's at A? It's all confusing. Okay, so we'll just do this. U. This one, and then this one. We'll free move it. And 47 to 50, so we got to go up 3. That's 10, negative 3. There you go. There he is. All right, so save that. It looks more like a VCR now. It looks too tall. Save it. Click OK. And now, wait, why is it asking me for a position? Oh, okay, we fucked up. We did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it odd? I did it wrong. We're supposed to click on this position. We need to move it within this command. Otherwise, it wants me to lock down everything again. But instead, we go back to this position command and open it up. And now we can alter the location of these things. So go back to move, click on a thing and a thing and a thing and the other thing and this thing and this one all the way. Oh, no, I unclicked that one. Click that one and that one and that one. And then we move it up by 3 millimeter. The reason I move it first is that depending on where you click, that tool will move your X, Y, and Z to different locations. Never put in extra fudge. What? Oh no, I don't do the fudge room, no. I haven't done that recently. Where we need things to fit tightly and loosely, I will take a little bit of a liberty and do that. But I'm not doing that in these because all of this stuff is fairly precise, actually, to be honest. And if my enclosure doesn't quite fit together right, the screws will have a little bit of extra spring to them. I haven't found that I needed to do a lot of fudge room in this, and like mechanical tolerances and stuff like that. And this pet project has been kind of a thing for proving out how accurate my 3D printer is, because everything's been coming out like perfect. I have not had any complaints at all. The case fits together without me having to like wrench on screws or sand or file my way into fitment, which is a little shocking, to be honest. So yeah, we've added the 3mm there. Now I can finish the position command, and now everything is located properly. I hit save, close the file, we're done with it. We're never looking at it ever again. And now I can update external references. The only thing that's going to move is the top of the case there. I have a Creality CR10S that has been, oh my God. Yeah, I guess discard and update. I don't know. But yeah, the printer I use is a Creality CR10S that we've done a massive amount of modifications to in order to make it usable. I think most of the printer stuff is here. Printer. I think, yeah, there we go. That's all the stuff. That's all the stuff that I did. Look at what I did. Look at what I did to this thing. What has he done to his printer? Okay, so we need to move everybody. We need to basically extend everybody upwards. All the custom panels that I've made. Why are you sticking out like that? Why did you move like that? What happened to that? Why that? Why? Everybody else is lining up just fine. Was this like this before? Jeez. All right. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Let's look at the step where I include the panels. Nope. Nope. Those are the components. Where are the panels coming in? Oh, right here. Okay. Yes, for some reason it undid that part of the operation. Go back to you. And then we're gonna inspect from here to here. That is 0.6mm. I might have accidentally clicked it and moved it. Negative 0.6. Because that's too even of a number. That's a weird one. Okay. Anyway, that's now in position. Finish that position step. Everybody else will update. Here's the deal. So those panels are going to expand from the center. I guess I could have moved them now within that command. Yeah, let me just go back. Go back to where we were. So we're here. And what I'll do is I'll take this, and this. Nope. And this. And we'll move up 1.5. So now everybody's nice and centered in there. Now the motherboard and the graphics card are going to have to move in a direction. So we're going to have to get into the sketches and do some weird stuff. Let's just get the outer panels done first, and then we'll go to the motherboard and the graphics card. So there's that. Finish the position command. Now we need to go into the files. So I've got 2 files that I need to alter for these 4 panels. And when I 3D print it, because these panels are half and half, there are fancy cuts in this panel that allow me to mount the motherboard so close to the edge. See that cut right there? That will be represented in the opposite direction on this panel, but I don't have to print that. I don't have to print that out. Yeah, there it is. See, there's the cut. That doesn't have to exist. I can print 2 of these, 2 of the side ones. It does, yeah. That's what almost the entirety of this project is, sub-assemblies this is the big grand assembly file, but none of those solids were created here. They were all created in their own files. So these are all sub-assemblies. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the old one. This is the new one. So this file is what's basically holding the hexagonal mesh panels, which I bought from a company that makes car grills. But it's a good material. It's like an aluminum grid material that's been painted black. It's got a nice techie look to it, and it lets a lot of air through, which is the important part. It lets air through, but it prevents your finger poking and other infiltration, if you will. So what I need to do is go back to the sketch, take a look at that sketch. That basically defines all the dimensions of this thing. So here's 47. I'm gonna make that 50. Bada bing. And then everybody expands. It just goes whoop. And since all of my hole positions and stuff were either measured off of center or off of the edges, everything comes back into the right position. My only regret is that I still have flat holes. The old screws that I was using in this thing are black, so they don't really go with the look. If I did red and black, and I was that boring with my color scheme, I could have used the black maker beam and then the laptop screws that are panhead screws, so they've got a very flat look to them. But I decided to inject a little bit of brightness into this thing because a lot of the hardware that I'm using is like, it's all black, it's all edgy. But AMD was kind enough to vary the look of their cards a little bit. I really think that this card is a work of art. I love the cooler on that 6900 XT. But yeah, you can see how they added a little bit of silver in order to brighten up the color scheme of their card. So I'm doing the same. So we're using stainless steel screws in these things. Oh, looks like my screws didn't quite move with everyone else, huh? That's just fantastic. So let's go back to this movement step. I just need to move everybody 1.5 millimeter, huh? See, it's trying to choose an axis. So I think what I'll do is I'll select a bunch of these. Did that flatten? Yeah, okay. So move that by 1.5. Like that, so that it's centered. Unfortunately, I got to do these manually because they were, I guess, for some reason the movement commands ignore. I think they're boiled down to like a base distance in the software instead of a location to location, which is how I did them. I did it point to point, but I think that point to point move boils down to I moved this far, this number far, instead of I moved to this point. So negative 1.5. And then, if I finish the position, now all my screw cutouts are in the right spot. What I should do is undo whatever the extrusion is for the screw holes. This one. Yeah, because that'll make the right shape holes in these. Yeah, there we go. Yep, that's what I needed to do. I just need to get rid of that one step, and now these screws will fit in better. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know how they'll 3D print, though. Having a not tapered hole for your tapered screws probably makes it a little bit better of a look. But I don't know. We'll try this and see how it does. These are such small parts that they don't, all of the features that I'm putting in don't exactly translate to the 3D print. I mean, it's close enough, and then I can doctor it from there. I can do a little machining in order to make things just fit just that much better. But we're gonna have to make this style panel for some of the other features of the cooler so that I can hold the cooler up on all this stuff. I'm not just gonna put like paper mache on top of everything. We'll make it open and grid-like. So that's that one. I'm gonna get that out of here. The thing about using sub-assemblies and stuff is that if you view the sketch again and then save it, that sketch is gonna be visible in your final assembly. So you gotta make sure that this thing is ready for the final, assembly thing. So you gotta make sure the right stuff is turned on, the right things are visible. One of the problems that I also had with the sub-assembly is that when I added these screws, going into the main assembly, it added the screws, but it didn't move the part again. Like I said before, the move command, it feels like it's glossing over a bunch of stuff. The move command doesn't look at, oh, they moved this part to this point. Now that point's over there. I should move the part over there. It doesn't do that. What happens is when you add like a component and then that subassembly goes to another component, the components that you added don't move. They're just going to be floating in space. And so I had to remove them. It was ridiculous. Which actually might lead to the screws being in weird spots over here. Let's check. So we just need to update external references. Hopefully they move properly, but we'll see. Okay, it's taking its time. Okay, yeah. So stupid. It's so stupid. The reason it doesn't move is because this position command is overriding everything. Since I moved them all in within that, it's just the stuff that you got to deal with, huh? Every CAD program has its little proclivities. Is that the right word? No, I don't think that's the right word. I'll look up that word in just a second. 1.5. There we go. Move this. Isn't this annoying? I got to do this with both of them, too. Negative 1.5. Yeah, got to do it with both. CAD vibes. Well, you could be talking about CAD Bane, if CAD is the bane of your existence, which that's reasonable. Who they completely fucking ruined. I'm not gonna bitch about Star Wars. I was never a huge Star Wars fan, but it's interesting now in the modern era that everything the Empire does, they're so angry. They're so mad. You know, they used to be bored. They used to be bored. It used to be, you know, whatever. Of course we're gonna win. We're the Empire. Yeah? But everybody got real mad in this latest era of Star Wars. Like, I'm so evil and mad. Here, we're gonna move all of them at once. Just because this is getting annoying. I hate that it separates the bodies and the solids, right? Why is new Star Wars so bad? They didn't put good writers on it, I think. I mean, the Favreau-Filoni combo is like lightning in a bottle, I think. They're good at making Star Wars. But if you look at like The Lion King, it's not a guaranteed thing, right? So I don't know. I'm not an executive. I don't know how to make decisions, you know? I'm trying to find a normal axis. Yeah, here we go. That. I don't want to move them diagonally. That's the problem with that thing going all over. It was bad before Disney. Yeah. I mean, the prequels get a lot of flack, but at least they had original ideas. They're not good, but at least they had original ideas. All right, and then we move that one down 1.5, and hopefully that axis is straight up and down. Negative 1.5. There we go. So now those are ready for the edits that I'm going to be putting into them. I don't like it. I think it looks too tall. It looks frumpy like this. Maybe you guys can't tell, but 47 made it look lean. 50 millimeters makes it look dumpy. It's like super dumpy. Whatever. Whatever, I can this is the Les Artistes complaining right now. It is worse under Disney, yeah. But I mean, Lucas walked away with $2 billion, so he got a shit zillion dollars and got to walk away. I have no eye for aesthetics. Welcome to the tech streamer. You call this aesthetics? It looks like a dumpy. It looks like a big pile of dumpy. It'll look cool when I'm done, though. There's a lot of work to do. That's why we're working. We're working on this today because it's fun. You know, I've been having fun with this on my own. I figured I'd bring you guys into the fray and show you guys, you know, some of the stuff that I just play around with in Fusion. And the fact that I've got all the hardware that I can back it up with is even better. The biggest part of this whole build is this right here. This circuit board is the key. It's a funnier circuit board than we've had before, and we have to make it work. This circuit board right here is a 750 watt power supply that's less than 50 millimeters tall, and it fits in a little less than 120 by 120. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about that. Having a water-cooled power supply is also something that scares me, so that should be really fun to do. But then I'm gonna have to 3D print like a pseudo enclosure for this thing. something that, like a frame that'll go around this. 3D print, isn't it going to get too hot? If it gets to 200 degrees Celsius, I think it deserves to melt. It's not going to get to 200 degrees Celsius. I don't know what the maximum temperature I clocked on the old power supply is. There were times when the fan got like a dust bunny in it and it stopped spinning and the thing got ridiculously hot, and it still operated because it was at a LAN party that I was using it, and the power supply got really, really hot, and I touched it and I was like, ha, it's like burning temperature. And then I noticed the dust bunny in there, plucked it out, and then the thing got down to temperature very quickly. These little power supply modules are pretty cool. They take a lot of the work out of building a full-blown power supply for something. It would be interesting to double up on those modules that Schmide linked, because those things looked really cool. I don't know what the cost of them was, though. Those things looked really cool. It's a 400-watt power supply, so if I double it up... But the problem is you don't want to put the same power, because it'll power sense on the output. Oh, you linked the wrong one? Is there a better one? Link me up the better one, yo. Hook me up. All right, let's alter the other panels. Nope, that's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. I should make a folder that has all the old stuff in it. So it's not purchasable necessarily online. So there's a company called Vicor Power, and they create these modules. Vicor Power creates these 250-watt power supply modules. Back when I was, and this is where I got the comment. That string of words might have been the coolest I've ever heard of in my entire life. My explanation of how I know about this company called Vicor and the modules that they create. By the way, I found the module on grabcad, I think. There's also, I think Vicor has the 3D model of their module on their website. But the reason that I know about these modules is that I used to reverse engineer IEDs for the FBI. I was a contractor at a particular company. It's actually a household name thanks to some people who leaked a lot of government secrets. But anyway, we were hired as engineers coming in to figure out exactly how IEDs work, the design choices and stuff like that, and make something trackable that could be used in order to solve the problem, basically, in more or less simplistic terms. So I was in there analyzing stuff that had either not exploded yet or had exploded. And so in the fray of having something that exploded, we would often get parts for stuff that wasn't bombs, and we had to basically detail that, right? A lot of that job, a lot of the more interesting parts of that job is bomb, and you're like, maybe. Like the maybes were the best part, because you could analyze everything about it and figure out exactly how it could or could not be used in some kind of a insidious Rube Goldberg machine. But one of the things that I did get on my desk was this brilliantly designed circuit board. It had many, many different layers, and it had a very thick copper layer. Everything was gold washed. All the parts had a gold sheen to them. It was potted in a rubbery celastic material, and it looked just amazingly built. The transformer had like a really wide piece of copper as the input because of all the wattage that it had to deal with. And I was like, man, this thing is beautiful. It looks really well built. And that's when one of those smug assholes that actually, this was not a case of the smug asshole. In a lot of that job, you'd be feverishly trying to identify something, and somebody would just walk by your desk and be like, oh, that's this, you should know that, and then walk away. And you're like, how the fuck did you, what? Like, I was looking at a digital signal, and they're like, oh, that's an LCD, and then they walk away. Like, why'd you walk away? Like, hey, come back, what the fuck? Like, they just knew what that digital signal was, and they were so smug about it. You know, like I had never come face to face with that signal before. They're like, oh, it's from this chip. I had a project about that a while ago. It's like, God damn it. So anyway, this might have been one of those cases where somebody came up to me and said, that's a power supply. It's a Vicor power supply. Or I think alternatively, what I did is I looked everywhere and I found a picture of a circuit board of one of these in the data sheet, and that matched the device that was on my desk. So I knew about this company for a little while. And then I decided to build a power supply for, I was like, what did I do? I bought like a home theater PC case, and I fit a PC that could potentially do home theater stuff. And I got a Reddit comment that said, you turn some heads if that thing could play games. Like, that's an interesting idea. And so I tried to get it to the point where it could play games. I tried fanless and failed. And then I decided, well, I've got this heatsink on the side of the thing. I wonder if I could use those Vicor modules to make a power supply. And looked into it, found a 160 watt, basically a car PC adapter that plugs into the motherboard and makes all the varying voltages. And since graphics cards use 12 volts, I could plug 12 volts into the entire system and get everything to run on one central supply. So make a lot of 12 volts, everybody else deals with their own voltages, everybody's happy. So I put together, it took a little bit of development to make a 500 watt version of this that was long and thin and fit on that particular heatsink from that German-made home theater PC case. That required machining of the modules. I had to go kind of outside of the box. Instead of making a flat design like they expect you to, like this, I made a long design, and it needed some tweaks in order to make it fit properly. And this was back in 2011. Put that together, tested it, vetted it out, had it on a perforated prototyping board. Then I made a circuit board for it in 2013. So that's 2 years later. It's been running strong. Made a circuit board for it, and from 2013 until whenever I got that Radeon, that thing has been powering my computer. So it's been, 7 years with this power supply making 12 volts, doing its thing. We redesigned the heatsink for it a little bit because I had a laptop fan on it. It was loud. It was very loud when it spooled up. It was cool because when you started playing games, the thing would really start making some noise. It was neat. But it was an annoying noise, and my friends were ready to kill me at the LAN parties. So I decided that if I upgrade my computer, I should water cool it. And that's where we are right now. I've got all these water cool parts from planning to water cool stuff for years. So now we're finally going to use that stuff, but I have to redesign the power supply. The Radeon hardware, the modern hardware, unfortunately, didn't go in the direction that I thought hardware would go, which is more efficient. Instead, they decided to double up on stuff. I've got 16 cores, and all those cores need power. So the graphics card and the main processor are now sucking up 500 watts just to do menial tasks. So I need to pop up and go to 750. Now 750 is still a little dicey for the setup. The thought was, and my friends are constantly haranguing me about this, that 750 watts is not enough because AMD says 800. Well, I don't have the ability to go above 750 watts. That is my upper limit for the 120 volt input module. I could add 2 more modules to the power supply if I gave it a 250 volt plug, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to have like plug into a washing machine outlet in order to run my computer. I'm not going to make a 1,000 watt power supply out of this thing. So it's 750. I'm running that 750 EVGA. It's doing fine. I had some weird restarting issues that I've solved. It was a driver issue. It wasn't a power supply issue. I have not run any hardcore games yet. I'm going to run VR on it and see how it does. And then I'll probably have to install Cyberpunk or something like that. I have Cyberpunk. I'm still waiting for them to fix Cyberpunk. I really need them to fix Cyberpunk. I hate driving cars in that game, and it's like 90% of what I like doing. In games that simulate a city, I like to drive around. And they didn't do it right. Cars, if you look at Cyberpunk, cars pivot from the center, which causes them to spin out no matter what they do. 5950X is a 125 watt processor. Maybe if you had a 129 KS 250 watt Alder Lake. I don't know, it's just AMD for the specifications that I have, the 6900 XT versus the 5950X. For some reason, they said 800 watts on their website, which means that my friends are constantly haranguing me about this, and I hate it. I love proving them wrong, and they're very annoying when they get something like this, like a little piece, like a little snippet of information like that. It really pisses me off, actually, to be honest, because they're constantly just digging on my computer, and I'm like, dude, Yeah, they should go 48. The power supply for the steering wheel is a 48-volt power supply. It'd be cool if I could use this. 48 volts, 480 watt, 48. So we got 10 amps of 48 volts coming out of this thing. 10 amps at 48 volts. It's like Twitch chat, but with everything. Yeah, I don't like taking Twitch chat style gruff when I'm not on Twitch. AMD does not know what CPU you would know, so they give you the maximum. Yeah, no, they've got like an above, you know, like a wiggle room kind of thing going on, and they don't know that you're using a nice power supply. It could be a shitty power supply that's actually not rated. You know, power supplies are built to the bottom dollar. Everybody's trying to make that very, very minor margin off of selling their hardware. Everyone does this because they are literally, it's like a physics equation with companies. If the company is out there to make a certain profit off of the things they sell. Well, Vicor is out to make a profit, but they're selling the modules, not the power supplies. They are trying to eke by designing an extremely advanced power module that engineers can then put into a design. I see these a lot as listed as laser power supplies and stuff. Lasers, in research at least, need a very, very stable, very stable current. So these will make very nice, very stable current in a very small area. And that's what they're built for. They're not built to eke out a profit off of making the minimal possible functionality from an 800 watt power supply. That's a little bit of the philosophy I guess I'm bringing to the, I want something that's not built to the bottom dollar. But anyway, all right. We're altering panels. Pray we don't alter them again. That was a quote from the Star Wars. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff going on here. What we need to do is go into the sketch. Go into the sketch. And then we're just gonna make this 50. And then I'll in this file, I'll fix all the screws, even though they're unfixing in the other one. Yeah, the efficiency of these modules is ridiculous. We had looked it up at one point. Schmid linked, hold on, I'm gonna lose that if I don't. 250 watt fanless. I'd need 3 of these though, right? That's a cool board. I figure they're wasting a lot of space creating all the different voltages. Yeah, so Flex ATX is the way. I've had people like PM me on Reddit about the old build years down the line. They go, "Hey, I'm just starting out in electronics." It's an instant red flag for a project like the power supply. I'm just starting out in electronics, and I want to build like a really compact power supply like the one you have. And I'm like, don't. You can go on eBay. You can buy server, like half height server power supplies that'll make all that voltage. You don't need to go through all of the trouble of getting Vicor to sell you a $350 module that you're going to blow up. And if you're just starting in electronics, you're dealing with AC, you're dealing with high voltage DC. It's not a good scene. Like, just don't do it. You can get a Flex ATX or even this thing that'll fit in a much smaller area. It's my iPhone. Oh my God. I bet this thing, oh, you can double them up. Well, how'd he do? How big are 3 of them? Yeah, see, it's making all of the different voltages over here that makes it a little bit less appealing to me. Oh, they even unibody flat transformer. Okay. Rubicon and an LC. Yeah, those redundant server PSUs. I've built giant LED displays with those before. We bought 3 watt LEDs, and I had to alter 650 circuit boards in order to put a PWM signal into them. And in order to power the whole mess, I went and I bought a couple of those power supplies off of eBay, and you could just solder all of the power contacts together and just run a big cable out of it. But they were like brutally, what's the line from Doom? They were brutal. Yeah, they're brutally powerful. But, they're taken out of service because they're out of the service life. Doesn't mean they're broken yet. So just means there's potential for them to break. Well, these are cool. These are cool. How much are they? Well, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. $145. It's It's actually cheaper than the 250 watt modules that I have, and you can double them up. I could buy 3 of these and try to fit them in. Put 3 iPhones in here. That's cool. I don't want all this though. Pick up a 3U server off of eBay. What is that? What's that emote? Indrex SG, huh? Yeah, that's not a terrible price for a 250 watt power supply, especially if you double it up, triple it up, you get 750 watts out of that mofo. That'd be pretty cool. But I'm gonna continue with these modules just because they're too cool for school. They're too cool for me not to use, and I already have a bunch of them. We need to see if the ones that I have, the ones that supposedly are dead, might actually have some life left in them. They might actually not be dead. It looks like I didn't lock these down, huh? Well, we'll do it now. So I guess I just do a regular movement command, huh? You. What that little maneuver right there was is me making sure that this thing chose an axis that wasn't at a weird angle. So I'm going to move that over this way, and we're going to go 1.5. So we've got 3 additional millimeters to this whole thing. And then I am going to lock them in position and double click on the position thing. And then I can go again, make sure that my axis is flat. Go to that, and that. And then we take it this way. Negative 1.5. Okay. Now, the cuts for these screws are awkward because they were originally smaller heads that were actually flat. They're pan head laptop screws. One of my favorite screws to use, but unfortunately they're all black, and I want bright screws on this thing that stand out. These screws are really not that necessary. They're not that needed in the build. I could probably work around them. They hold basically these 2 pieces of plastic together in order to mount something that allows me to put those gratings. The original computer used steel speaker grill, and the steel speaker grill was just in the openings of the maker beam, and so it would rattle around. There was a little bit of pressure on it that kind of kept it quiet, and I think at one point I took hot glue and I hot glued them in. Well, the redux of the build, I decided to print something out of plastic that's now a buffer zone between the metal and the more metal, so it doesn't rattle. No more rattling. So where did I make the holes for the cap heads? Right here. All I need to do is just delete this step. Oh, we're still in this. Here, finish position. Oh yeah, we can, well, delete the step. Bada bing. Now, if I just take us all the way out, I've got the appropriate countersunk screw holes in there. And we're doing a lot of screwing right now. We're screwing around. All right, save that. And now this thing's gonna complain. I'm not up to date. Oh my God. Hello? There's my menu. Update. Need a button for update external reference. I bet you there is one. Bada bingus. This is all the work that it takes just to represent this stuff in the appropriate position. May not look like much, but this is a lot of work. There's a lot of work went into this build. I'm going to be very happy when I can actually make it look like a frickin' V6 and have this thing rattling away. I might just be okay with a rattle. I don't know. All right, let's do this front panel here. This unfortunately means that I need to cut a new piece of carbon fiber. If I don't cut a new piece of carbon fiber, I could utilize that little bit of extra space in order to put some kind of a display in the front. What if I did that? I mean, I want the screws to still be in the right position. So now I'm probably going to have to cut a whole new piece. What I'm thinking about, like what I did with the 3D printer, which is where I had the black knob, and then the backdrop of the knob was clear. It basically is like a milky white PETG print, and then the rest of the frame around it was black. So the ring around the knob could then be illuminated, and it looks really cool. Looks really cool over there. But I'm wondering if maybe what other indicators would I have though? I don't have too many LED indicators. There's like the hard drive light, which is just what lights up this. This is not a power button in the actual computer. It's just like a ring, and it's not RGB. I put orange LEDs in it. I could probably make them red, because red is apparently the theme of the build. But yeah, the top one is. But if I had some kind of like a ring around it, I could have some kind of other indicator there. I don't know though. I guess I'm gonna have to redo this panel. I won't try to sneak another indicator in there. If I do, I could just drill a 3mm hole for an LED and just put like a proper smoked or sand the outer surface of an LED in order to make it into an indicator, and then put a big resistor on it so that it doesn't knock out your retinas every time you look at it. But unfortunately, that means that I'm going to have to alter this panel. Darn. So we're going to go to the front panel piece. That would be this one here. OED, what is that? God, this one, how did I design this? So this is a carbon fiber panel, but then behind it is a piece that I 3D print. It's a neat little, I don't know, it's just a neat way to mount your own kind of material on this thing. I would do more carbon fiber panels, but every time you do carbon fiber, you got to bust out the N95, and I've cut it on stream before, but I'm not happy with the state of my lungs in the process of working with carbon fiber. So I have to like move my whole operation outside, put on a mask, and then cut it. Because I'm not going to deal with that dust anymore. So I'm going to have to do that with this one, unfortunately. It's not all that hard to cut. I think I used the step drill in order to make the switch holes. I need to fix my milling machine if I'm going to be doing all this machining. We need to fix that x-axis and figure out what's wrong with it. I might just replace the rail. That might be the simplest way to do it. It's just kind of like the numbers glitch. I'll have to do a little research. I want to look up how those glass thingies fail. OED, Office of Extraneous Diction. I know you're making a joke, but I am kind of gibbering today. Make it 50. Yeah. I think everything moved in kind, just because I used construction lines and center positions. So this one is centered on the bottom half. This one is centered on the top half. So all I needed to do was change that one number, and the entire design changed. Or not. Yeah, it did. It did. Yeah, parametric design is powerful. It's cool stuff. Like, wait, what if it was taller? And you're like, beep boop bop. Okay, boss. It took me all day, but I made it taller. Yeah, we're just gonna move the components. I'm not gonna try to. It's really very annoying that the move command, when you do a point-to-point move, and you change the design, changing where the points are, it doesn't care. It just doesn't care. Is that crooked? Yes. It kind of looks like it is. There, now it's 1.5. Actually, that one should be centered on the... I don't trust this. All right, escape. Get me out of here. Can you do anything? Let me out. Get me out of here. These guys need to move before they get that operation there. So what I need to do is roll back to this position, and then I need to move this guy right here. This guy, we go 1.5. And then this guy right here. Oh yeah, we need to lock it down, then go in. This is we're fixing some stuff with the old drawings. You use those construction lines to position those components to, or only sketch things like the holes. I think you can. I think you can. The way that I've been, I mean, you can add
like construction axes and lines and stuff like that. And I think that would maybe make it move stuff properly. I just thought using a point-to-point position command would have worked, but nope. It's possible that I would view the sketch and then place the component based on the position of the sketch. That might be the way that you have it move properly with the update to the sketch. I don't know, because you'd also have to get it to the height. But they fixed the input fields to accept negative numbers. There was a brief period where you couldn't add -1 to an offset. You had to click the damn UI button and reverse the direction. Ooh, that's gross. One thing that really bugs me, Zometrics, is that you can't make negative distances in sketches. So if I have like a positioning square, like a construction square, that offsets all of my panel stuff, and I want to move the panel stuff way further to the left, I can't reverse the square. I have to break the dependence on that location and then redraw the square and then lock it up again. It's annoying. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're in here. I'm grabbing this, and I'm moving it. Not on that axis. I'm moving it. There we go. So if you click off into the point-to-point and then click back into this, it'll make that origin moving control. It'll reorient it to your cardinal directions. -1.5. Okay, there's that one. Done. Now, theoretically, take that all the way out to here. Yeah, okay, good. The sketch is confusing. So now these two need to be moved. They've got their own move thing. Double click on it. Take this one, hit move. When I move, you move. We're gonna go point-to-point on this. And I wish point-to-point was less dependent, or you know, I wish it didn't forget with the point-to-points. But I'm gonna choose that ring right there. That's the inside ring of the top piece. Now these are a different size from the original hole. The switches that I have in there right now are that size. I couldn't find a 3D model that I liked, so I found these smaller ones, and those are the ones that I'm using as the size, you know, basically just a placeholder that kind of looks right. The ones that I have are a larger radius than these, so your finger fits in them, so you can actually push the button. I have to make an assembly with the screws. That's what I did. That's what these are. Unless you're talking about like making a different, I don't know what you mean exactly, because that's what this is supposed to be. But so point to point, we gotta select our origin point. I need the ring right here. That's going here. There. Okay. So I mean they don't exactly fit, but they're not quite what's there. If I could scale these up, I would. I don't want to deal with that. There's an actual tool to make assemblies? I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I want to learn a little bit more about how sub-assemblies and stuff like that work. Fusion has an entire, like for the mechanical inclined, it has an entire engine for making interaction and stuff like that. So you can make complicated assemblies that you can then click on in the software and move around and just see how the kinematics play out. I'm not good at that stuff. In fact, when we tried doing that with another drawing, it was like pulling teeth. I didn't understand anything that I was doing. We did that for the Tom Thinks button in order to take a look at how the button was pressing. And it's like the easiest thing in the world, but I know of Winter Gatan's, I don't know how to say the name. I know about the marble machine. It's a wonderful piece of engineering. A really cool project. Next to move. So assemble the assembly. Yeah, this whole menu confuses and annoys me. I don't know how to use it. I'll need to spend a lot of time working with it. Basically, I need to emerge. I need to work with this tool. I need to work with this thing a little bit more in order to understand how the hell this stuff is supposed to help me. But I'm not good at that. All right, save this. And let's see it go into the main drawing over here. The screws aren't going to move because the screws are part of the move command that I use to put this thing into place. That's what's so annoying about that. But we'll just have, I manually move the screws ahead of time. And let's see if he notices. The beauty of the timeline, huh? He switched to Fusion 360 and became highly proficient and had one video where he explained in depth how he manages multiple thousands of parts and timeline and how he organizes everything. You find me that video. I need that video. I need that video. I need it. Why did this drop down? Those moved with the... What? What? All right, this one right here. How did that double move my screws? That's really weird. Well, let's I think it's 1.5 off, so 1.5. It double moved the screws, but it like moved them in like a cardinal direction. It's very weird. Yeah, I'm interested in watching that video because that seems cool. Because like this is fairly slow what it's doing here. And maybe I can move my nice graphics card over to this computer, but I don't think it's a graphics thing. I don't think that's why it's a little bit slow in what it's doing. All right, everybody's in the right position. These outer panels fit. The whole front has been redesigned. So the most annoying thing, aside from all the 3D printing that I'm going to have to do, is I am going to need, well, I'm going to have to buy another spool of 3D print. I have to buy another spool of the dark red Polymaker, which looks really good. I mean, look at it here. Look, chat, look at it. Are you still looking? But that red is brilliant. But I'm gonna have to buy more filament if I'm gonna reprint every single panel. I'm gonna have to cut new grids. What's up, Shorty? PP I fuck still makes me laugh. We're going up to 50 millimeters on the height span just so that this can fit right here. So for a $14 fitting, I have to alter everything. I have to alter everything. So now the back panel needs to go a little bit up. The only problem is most of these parts originate from a central point. We want to add all of that material to the top. And I could do press pulls on it, but I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, isn't that cool? Like, originally I had the blue. I'm not too into making stuff red. I like blues more. So I was going to print the whole case in blue, but then everybody was like, but it's AMD. It's Team Red. Why is it not Team Red? And I'm like, all right. So I had to go with red. Was the intent? Yes. Yeah, that... So originally, the idea, OctoJ and I, back when we were scheming about computers and water cooling 5 years ago, we did some wattage calculations and stuff and determined that I could get away with cooling a computer with the 680 millimeter fans on the 2 radiators, and they would be about the length of the case. And so what I could do is I could lift the case up, put these on their sides on either end. Problem is, it's not very compact, and I'm not too interested in just making my computer completely flat. So I finally got the graphics card that I was looking for this iteration. This iteration included a different way to hold the grids on. This was never meant for that, but I did have all the 3D files, because AlphaCool is very, very nice about providing you with three-dimensional files for all of their radiators, which is amazing. It's totally brilliant. Great marketing. I love AlphaCool to death. Then EK Waterblock also came out with this 80 millimeter reservoir that they didn't release a 3D model for, so I had to cobble this bullshit together. But anyway, so the plan was to have these 2 radiators on the sides, and then they would pump air outwards to either end. The problem is they're a little bit, that makes the computer very, very wide. And I've sort of altered the design of the computer to have these holders on it, which gives it a particular look. I actually really like this look. So in order to keep the design compact, I was playing around with the radiators, and I think at one point I just had them sitting on this panel over here, and I was like, what if I tilt them? Like, that could look really cool. So that's what we're vetting out, that sort of thing. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to build solids that'll hold these things up, and I want to continue the look of the computer in the way that it is right now. So I have to kind of like plan this whole thing. And part of the scheme is that this is going to be using black silicon hoses, so it looks a little bit more automotive. I'm going with an automotive theme because the six fans sitting up at the top just looks way too much like a V6. I can't not do it, you know? But it makes the computer a little bit more vertical without making it look like a big dumb box. So I'm getting away from the big dumb box, but at the same time, I'm keeping kind of like a science automotive-y kind of deal, kind of feel to it, right? Yeah, the red one go faster. Dugga dugga, or whatever. What do orcs say? All kinds of stuff. Paint it red, it go fast. Well, if it doesn't make you go faster, you might as well chrome it. But anyway, so that's the look, right? This was gonna be an air-cooled computer, but with 750 watts coming out of the power supply, and I mean, I could design a 750 watt power supply to fit, but I didn't feel like making another heatsink, designing it, blah, blah, blah. This is super easy. These are $11 water blocks that I can put on the power supply modules, and then I can just lazily run some water through it and it'll be fine. If I parallel the two blocks, they won't be a flow restriction, and they could just run in line with everybody else. So it'll be graphics, processor, power supply, all running with these two big radiators on them, and then all the wash from the fans is just gonna sort of make air soup out of the main part of the computer where they're positioned right now. So that'll provide me a nice, you know, cooling thing. Yeah, what kind of computer do you have? I don't know, it's a V6. Got plenty. It's a V6. It can get out of its own way. So yeah, the configuration is very much intentionally meant to look like an engine. That's why I spent all the money on this fucking $200 reservoir. $200. I'm beside myself at the expenditure of that. But I got that reservoir because it looks a little bit like a carburetor. That's what I did it. So I did it. That was the decision. All right, so let's work on the motherboard panel. We need to basically give it 1.5 millimeters up top, because right now the motherboard sits exactly where it sits in the case. How do I know that everything's correct? Because there it is. There it is. Everything's correct. So we need to make it that reflected in CAD. So let's go to the I/O back panel file. Basically, I've hopefully made sub-assemblies that describe all of these parts. For better or for worse, I had to do a lot of alteration to this one to get it to work, including appearance alterations in order to make sure that the EK velocity water block wasn't just a gray box. I put a lot of thought into the outward appearances of these parts because I am completely shallow and vain, and I want to make this thing look good. Unfortunately, this is not a B550i. It is the somewhat similar mini ITX board, and I couldn't find a model for the B550. So a lot of these holes the positions of these holes were discovered iteratively. I think what I can do is, let's look at the original sketch for the solid. So this all started with this sketch of the overall body. And this is where our 47 millimeters comes in. 47 versus 50 millimeters. 47 looks sleek and technological. 50 millimeters looks bloated and stupid. But we're going to 50 millimeters. Oh, that expanded it in the right direction. Hey, we got really lucky just then. We got really lucky that I didn't design this from the center. I don't know what that's going to do to the rest of the panel on the outside. I think it did exactly what it needed to, which is extend it upwards by a couple millimeters. That was because I didn't know that I would be expanding that. And if it expanded from the middle, that means we'd have to go into the other sketches and make sure that they all played out properly. Let's move Ryzen up a little bit so it's not as thin right there. There's no other good place for that text. So that would be sketch 3, I believe. Yep. Sketch 3 comes from a vector of AMD Ryzen, but I think, I think I need to unview everything. Then I can do maybe this. Those are all projected. Ah, crap. Damn it. Something's making like a tapping noise, and I don't know what. I think it's the computer. I think the computer's making a weird noise. It might be the hard drive. How do I move you guys? The problem with these vector drawings is that all of these lines are double lines. There's a lot of weirdness in this. Here we go, move copy. It's not letting me select this stuff. Yeah, it doesn't let me select the right elements to move it. All right, cancel that. Gonna grab, see, this is basically just inserted into here and then positioned. Yeah, like it won't let me move the projected line. I need to select just this, and then I need to somehow move it up. Why are we selecting these things? Don't select these things. I don't think I can move this. This is cursed. What the hell? Now it's like something that I've selected is locked down, and I don't know what. How do I deselect a group? You stupid thing. Oh my god. Nope. Nope. Yeah, it's not letting me move it. I'll have to redo all the operations if I want to move it, I guess. Let me try not selecting the one below. Will that move? Nah, it doesn't let me. That's unfortunate, and that kind of sucks. And the whole point of this sketch was to allow myself to be able to move. Ah! Just, it won't let me do it. Yeah, it just won't let me click on it again. What if I just like click on the individual? Yeah, it doesn't do it. If I uncheck stuff that it's showing. See, that line right there keeps showing up even though I'm telling it not to show that, and it's like, oh, so select that? Yeah, these 2 points right here. You go away, and you go away. Yeah, it still doesn't let me move it. You're hearing popping in the audio. I don't think that's me. All right, so whatever. I'll have to redesign that in order to position it a little better. I probably should. It would be nice if I could have made it lock into just like a construction box that I could move, move the dimensions on. Again, it's more of an engineering-minded program. I do want to make that have a slightly better position, but we'll just have to live with it like it is, We'll live with it like it is. Let's see if everything updated properly. Went away as soon as you said it wasn't you. Huh. I don't know what I'm doing to your computer. All right, save that, click OK, update it in the main drawing. we're lucky that I designed that from the corner and not from the center like all the other ones. Because yeah, from the corner meant that if we extend that dimension, it's actually extending in the same direction that we extended the outer panels. Look at that, bada bing, and everything is still in the right spot for the motherboard to mount properly. If I was smarter, I'd figure out a way that I could like reposition the motherboard and stuff and have all those holes follow it, but I'm not. All right, over to these panels here. Graphics card. It seems like I should, I don't know. I was like, maybe I should like put the fan panel right here. I guess there's not that much room. Yeah, there's not enough room for a 40 millimeter fan right here. It would be nice though to have something blowing a little bit of air on the hard drive that's underneath the board. But there should be a lot of turbulent air. I mean, we've got all these fans bearing down on all of our stuff. So, all right, let's go into this panel and edit it. I didn't do the text on this one yet, but what about blower fans? Why would I put a blower fan in there? No, we don't need it. It's not necessary. No. I mean, it would have been nice if I could have put the fan panel in there, but the fan panel is much larger than that space. So that's all right. I'm not gonna throw a blower fan in there. No. We'll be fine. All right, let's go to this file, the graphics card. I'm gonna close some of these, lighten it up a little bit. I was talking earlier, Shorty, about the limitations of the free version. I don't know. I forget what they are, and how much the free version would change what I'm showing people here. What like. I mean, I know you have to archive a lot of the old stuff, but like this assembly is like 5 billion different components that I've imported into the software. I don't know if that's allowed or not in the free version. GPU IO shield. Now this is a model that I made, but I also based it on first of all an actual like sketch that's in the PDF for the EK water block card block thing. And then the positioning of the back panel, I based on our work recently to take the graphics card and represent it on the 3D print stuff. So like the stuff that's in, there's like a little weird overlapping going on here with like the PCIe slot. There's some dimensions that just kind of aren't quite right. I don't know where things are going to end up in the end result. I need to get that height right for the standoffs. That's going to be a weird one to figure out. But I don't have a lot of information. I don't have an excellent 3D model or whatever. Oh, it's just the number of files you can edit at once. Okay, so you could edit in place on any of the stuff and it would be fine. But you could also produce this. It's just you have to. If you have to, by edit, do you mean that they're active in the storage thing? Like if I had all of these files, would it mean that I have to archive a bunch of them? And then I'd have to like unarchive them and archive something else in order to work on it. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. But you could still have the files and I could still have like the base files archived. Can I still bring them in? I could still bring them into the main file that I'm actually editing. That's a weird system. It's a weird limitation that they've given. Because yeah, I just have a mess of active stuff. The little clicking noise has become intermittent. Is that the hard drive? I think it's okay. I could do a smart check. Whatever. Okay, anyway. All right. So anyway, back to this one. You can bring archive files into the main files, read-only and editable. Okay. But in order to change stuff, you would have to unarchive it in order to edit it. God, that is annoying. That is a very annoying thing. All right, so let's take a look at the sketch here. It seems like it's a design choice that is specifically just to annoy you and make you want to buy the main software, but it's too expensive, right? All right, so 6800 XT, we're not worried about. Look at the sketches. The sketches. This one is a center one. So we are going to be adding 1.5 millimeter above the center line and below the center line. So we're going to have to subtract 1.5 millimeter from my cube location. So we make this into 50. Or no, are we going to move it down 3 millimeter? We want it to do this. We're coming from here. We want the same distance up and over. We're still going to get the same distance up and over. I think this will move properly. No, it won't. No, it will not. So I guess we have to move it up 1.5. Or up 3. I think it's up 1.5. I think. This sketch has it. This is what I'm looking for. And what I did is I based the positions of all this stuff on this box right here that I had to reverse in order to get it to work properly. But this is 10 millimeter. And then there's a different measurement for all the rest of these. So what I need to do is go 11.5. No. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wait. That's coming off of this corner. We need to move the solids. Okay. All right. I did the wrong thing. Well, luckily we didn't change it. We didn't change anything. So we need to we just need to move this down. This piece. Basically move this and this. That needs to go down 1.5. Negative 1.5. Yeah, okay. Because we, the reference is off of this corner. So when that corner moved, the holes moved. But the other stuff didn't. Okay. But the problem with that is that we have to Control Z that. We have to go into this step. Now we can move it. So I need to movelate this and this. I need to move it this way. Negative 1.5. Good. Finish position. The numbers that I got in that drawing, you can see how much of a mess that was. That was done iteratively. What I'd do is I'd load this thing up into the 3D printer, and then I would print until this piece had like a couple layers in it, and then stop the print, peel the thing off, look at it, figure out where I needed to move stuff. It was a process because none of these 3D models were exactly representative of what was there, which is why I advocate strongly for more manufacturers to release size representative 3D models of all their stuff, because they don't. And then I'm forced to make a janky, weird ass looking flat acrylic weirdo thing in order to represent their hardware. Okay, I think that's done. Save that. Click OK. Let's see what kind of carnage we have over here. It's probably gonna like stick through stuff, right? Okay. Okay. Bonk. Yep. So we got to move it up 3 millimeters. The card can stay in the same spot. There's a company that released all their products, 3D files. AlphaCool does that. I was talking about them earlier. That's this. It's this. Okay. Oops. Which one was it? It was this one. Double click on that. And then move. And we are going to move the not IO backplate, GPU IO shield. but just the body, just this. I'm going to move that up. It's moving everything, isn't it? What the fuck? You bastard. If I cancel this and I get rid of this step, let's just finish the position tool. It's not going to let me differentiate between the two things moving it, so I'm just going to have to delete this step and then go back here and do it again. Why did you... Oh my god. Software is going to hate me for a minute here. Yeah, AlphaCool. I remember finding the radiators. I was like, holy shit. Everything is here. That's why I don't have to draw individual, like, these things. It's just all on the website. It's beautiful. Okay, so I need to get rid of this. Delete. Now my graphics card is going to fly off into the distance. Hello? Waiting for everybody to catch up. Wait, what the fuck? Wait a minute. It didn't fix it. What the heck? We saved this, right? Yeah. Some other command is moving it back into place. See, when I click on this, it highlights what moved in that step. So really, I mean, let's roll the timeline back here and see if stuff moves. It doesn't. Whenever I imported it, it just decided that it would be like that and completely unchangeable. So I guess what I can do is just get rid of it and then pull it back into the drawing. Take that, and then we take this, and then we'll take this, move it in. And I'll do a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Get it all the way out here. Click OK. All right, now that thing is in there. Now, if I choose it and move it, a little point to point, I can then capture the position at the end of the step. We'll do... how was I moving these before? It's hard to find a point on these that will allow me to move this thing exactly into position because everything is weird. These chamfered edges don't give me a good corner to go off of. I can choose a little tiny marking hole somewhere, but I mean, really, these things kind of slot together. So what I'll do is instead, I'll choose the center of this panel. So highlight the face, hold Control, mouse over the point you want, spin around, do a little dance, zoom in on this, highlight the panel. Now this is already selecting the center, but if I wanted to select the other ones, I'd hold Control in order to let it do that, but nothing moved. Oh, I didn't click it enough. So that'll center that panel on that, but that's not exactly aligned. There's still, it sticks out a little bit. See that little edge right there? So we want to get rid of that little edge. It's the little edge that chat has. What I can do is go into the multi-move, and then I can move it this direction. So that's going to be Z. I'll move that back to 0. So Z, distance, click on this, click measure, go from this panel to, where's my other panel? To this panel. And that moved it in the wrong direction. It doubled it up. Look at that beautiful measurement. I'm going to move it negative 0.299999997238238. Okay. Yeah, the Lord of Edges, Twitch chat. All right, so now that's even. Bada bingus. There we go. Jeez, that was a more struggle than it should have been, just to get everything to agree with one another. Roll the history marker back. Any minute now. Any minute now. Any minute now. There it is. Okay, one more panel to alter, and we'll call it a day. We just need to do the power in. I've actually got a power plug panel now. It's nice to split it off from the graphics card. They don't have to be one thing. So this is just a big thick panel that's going to take all the force of the IDC plug or whatever they're called. It's not IDC. What kind of plug is that called again? That's got 6061 written on it, but I don't think that's... Anyway, this isn't going to be just a... this isn't exactly what the thing is. I have an input filter that I use on this thing because I want nice, clean power. But anyway, with the 50mm panel, we have more room for this thing. So I can go to the sketches. There's only one sketch, and I'm going to make it 50. Bada bing, boom. Finish the sketch. Look at that. It actually is framed by the device. It actually kind of fits. It's right up to the edge, but it fits. It actually fits. Deplug. Deplug. Yeah, I guess I could see the D in that. If you know what I mean. Save. I need to get a hex screw that's long enough to go through this thing. I don't have one. I've actually got Phillips heads on this, which is embarrassing considering what the rest of this thing looks like. I could even sink that in a little bit. Nah, I mean, now that that's like flush, I could actually sink the power plug into this panel a little bit. You know, do the fancy thing and make it so that the back of the computer is just flat. Let's put that feather in our cap and not actually do it. Let's think about it, but not do it. How about that? Because I do have all the dimensions in that sketch, in the sketch. Oh, no, I don't. I remeasured it. Never mind. I used to have all the dimensions in this. I guess we could project them down and then do an outer radius, but in like a new sketch, I'm not gonna. No. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Save that. Click OK. Go to the computer. Update all the externals. Could you imagine working with like a whole office full of people that are working on the different parts of your design, and that little component out of date thing just kept coming up throughout your day working, and parts would just wildly move around on you? The advantage of CAD, I guess, is that you can have just one person working on something. Oh, this has got to move too in this step. All right. Well, do this. Pop it up. -1.5. Okay. Luckily, the measurement was easy. So, finish position. That is a little bit more professional now with this thing framed properly. Crowd-aided design, yeah. Cat-aided design. Bunch of cats in a bag aiding your design. Okay, so there we go. So we've redesigned the entire outside to be 3mm taller. One thing that I haven't done yet is moved all of the cooler components up. So let's do that. Yeah, this will move. So we'll move that one on its own. I tried to give these their own like position things so that I could go back and like move them around. But that would be 3mm above where it was. Name of those panel mount connectors that have screw-on collars like soldering iron has. Yeah, military style. There's a particular radio panel connector. If you look up radio connectors, you might be able to find some stuff like that. I don't really know the other ones. The ones on like the 3D printer are from like ancient radios. It was like way back in the day, like a radio headset connector is like 4 pins and it's got the screw thing around it. But they're like enormous pins because we were so bad at electronics back then. Every single thing had to be able to take 600 amps. Every wire, every plug was like enormous. Oh, that's right. So moving this thing up 3mm won't happen unless I redo the tilt. So I have to go back and I have to delete this tilt. It gets tilted. And then I got to go back into this position step. This is the process. This is just how I have to do it. just because the tilt won't, like if I want to move that up a little bit, it doesn't, like, it sucks. It doesn't let me do it properly. So we choose this piece as our axis, so moving it up 3 millimeters will move it up in the right orientation. So this, rad assembly, pop it up 3 millimeter, click OK. Look, it actually did a unit of 3 millimeter this time. It's almost like it's aware of what I'm doing. There it goes. Okay, and then we go back to this step right here. So we roll the history back, and then we have to do our own thing. Amphenol makes those kinds of connectors, similar to the one on screen right now attached. These guys, yeah, these were Mitsubishi chosen, and I actually found a rebuild kit for this one back here. They're not, I mean, this one is the military style connector, but this one over here, this one's like really nice. It's like 5,000 pins, and it just does like a little 45-degree twist, and then it springs itself into position. Very, very cool. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, it was a pretty cheap to find that kit. The fun one was the camera style connector that I needed to get for my friend's night vision goggles, because there's a 0 version and a 1 version, and I bought the 1 version, which is like larger in every dimension, but it's like this really cool plug that just kind of like slots in, and you pull on the back of it and it moves a collar that then unseats the cable. It's used in a lot of camera systems, but the night vision guys, it's used on the battery packs for the night vision, and if you buy a little extendy cable, $300. Because everything is more expensive to tactical bros. Everything. It's utter insanity. So I actually made him a cable, and it's literally the exact same quality as, oh wait, I already moved it, didn't I? Yeah, we got to tilt it. Sorry. Move. And then they're just exploiting these poor people. It's more that not a lot of people are buying that kind of gear. Enough are to make, businesses work, but they have to charge a lot in order to make the business work while selling considerably lower volume than you would normally. So you look at a cable with a connector on either side, and it's like $300, and you're like, why? And it's like, well, because 2 people are going to buy it. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop-bop. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop-bop. Bonk. We didn't get anything done today. We didn't get shit done. I extended the case 3 millimeters taller, and then I talked about everything 500 different times. We got rid of the frames that I had around these two because I like this tighter look. I like these to be a little closer to one another. See, now I got all the room in the world underneath this thing. I am gonna have to devise solids that will tie it together, and I think maybe the reservoir needs to move up a little bit. We need to give it like a couple millimeters. So I'm going to inspect. I'm going to look from there. And when you choose the whole face, that actually gives you a distance, like a flat distance. GX connectors were exactly what you were looking for. I want to look up GX connectors in just a second here. I love it when the chat helps chat. I'm sorry, 8 millimeters? Wow. Well, let's move it up 8 and see where that puts it. Yeah, the 0.44 might be entirely necessary, huh? Before, I had this thing looking real compact when I could push everything down into the case a little bit. I wish I could achieve that, but I don't think I'll be able to. I could have all this stuff kind of encroach, but the problem is that the graphics card ports are here, and the big problem is that the processor ports are here. I'm not really going to have, I think maybe I can sneak a tube from here to here. I mean, the power supply tubes are going to be right there too. That's why I'm doing tubes and not hard lines. Hard lines would be an absolute nightmare in this setup. Forgive me! I'm very curious about how you retired early or doing passion projects on Twitch. Yeah, it's too forward. Sorry. My situation is weird and should not be attempted to be emulated. Yeah, those are... People want to know how you got to where you are, and I don't want to tell them how sad my life actually is. So that's not a topic of discussion here. I don't know how I'm going to be able to put the spans back onto this thing. If I'm going to have to like print something. Yeah, can I have your social security number and tax ID? That's what it feels like. Yeah, it's kind of a rude question generally, but I understand where it comes from. You're all good. Are you running a D5? Yeah. This piece right here has a D5 on it. If you're really curious, yeah, I am a zero-sum game. That's basically it. Twitch pays for itself, essentially. But it hasn't been paying lately, and I need to get the project back up. This big experiment is not exactly sustainable forever, but I'm going strong for now. So we're making it work. We get more viewers all the time. We can bump up past a certain point, then I can get over what is the death zone. Did these not move too? Son of the bitch. I gotta move these two. All right. That wonderful amount of money that I make that puts me off of public health care, and at the same time is not enough money for me to afford medical stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool that exists. It's pretty cool. Oh, that doesn't even center it. Ugh. All right, so I gotta move. I hate how they don't move in concert with one another. Take these, pull them out. Then we'll go point to point on the 1. So I'll just hit cancel. And then move this thing point to point. We choose this right here. And this right here. It's okay. It's not, don't worry about you. It's one of those things that, like, you get asked a lot doing this kind of stuff. Like, everybody wants to know, how did you end up doing this? And I am extremely lucky. There's a survivorship bias when content creators start waxing philosophical about how they got to where they are. The part that they neglect 99% of the time is that they got extremely lucky. Maybe they knew somebody who was popular. Maybe they just happened to be favored upon by an algorithm. They got very lucky to get the following that they got. I've worked for a couple of years to get the following that I have because we started from nothing on Twitch. That's a tough thing to do. That's an extremely, extremely tough thing to do. Twitch doesn't have the discoverability that a lot of other platforms have. But it's been mostly making it look free and fun and cool and not stressful. That's, and having a regular schedule. But those aren't the only components to it. Part of it is also being able to just throw your hat in the ring and see if it works. So they also leave out how lonely and alienating it can be. Yeah. It depends on how you interact with your community. I love my community. I like talking to you guys. I hate my 9-to-5 job, but I'm dreaming about fire and work on my hobbies. Yeah, I don't know. You can do your own tax fraud. I don't think I have any good suggestions on how to commit tax fraud or insurance fraud, but yeah, basically that. How are we going to attach this thing together? Putting the rails on the outside is too wide, and it breaks up the sort of automotive look of everything. Celia Russo, thank you for gifting a sub to Lev TV Live. That's 80 gift subs. Celia Russell's been here since day 4 of my streaming. She has been a member. She's been beside this stream for all of it, and I'm super happy to have her here. She's a wonderful member of this whole community. She's really cool. She's always posting cats on the Discord. If it's not hardline, I'm gonna cry. It's not hardline. It's gonna be softline for a very specific reason. Because if I do right angles and soft lines and I put them all in the way, it'll look more like a piece of automotive equipment. That's a very important design aspect of this entire thing. Otherwise, why do any of this stuff? I could just put the radiators at a 90-degree angle and be done with it. What I'm going to do is put two 90-degree connectors on the top here and then run the tubes side by side down the side and into what I'm calling the cathedral. I've got a giant open area down here that's literally just decorative. So it's definitely going to be soft lines, not just for the blood pressure alleviation. I'm also going to do two 90-degree angle fittings on the top of the reservoir that are then going to go down the side of the reservoir somehow. I can't shape the tubes, so I don't know how I'm going to handle that. But that's a problem that I'm willing to have. You know, that's a problem that I'm going to be happy with, because that means that I've got the rest of this thing together. So right now, what I'm being stumped about is how I'm going to hold all this stuff exactly in position. Did that move again? I think that moved back. When did it move back? And this thing is over here. If I roll the history marker to there, that little tapping noise is really getting on my nerves. Hold on. Where's that coming from? I think it's the computer. Are you doing this, Furby? Weird noise. Is it a little... Obviously, you guys can't hear it over the microphone, but it is supremely irritating. I think it's this computer. I think it's the computer making the noise. I don't think it's a hard drive, because that would be like a breaking hard drive noise. Yeah, I literally just punched it. I want to see I low-key want to see a V8 water pump. I was, you know, if we could make something look more like a supercharger with a pump on the end, because the original plan was to use a circular reservoir, but I saw this EK reservoir and I thought it looked very much like a carburetor, so I decided to go with it. This moment should have a name. Yeah, if I tap shave and a haircut. When you hear something and poke your head around to try to spot it. I bet you it does. I bet you it does. I can't think of it though. I don't have. I'm not smart enough. I have never been exposed to anybody using that term. So, off topic, but how are you going to do the water-cooled plumbing? All components in series or parallel? Parallel plumbing, even the thing. It is sometimes, but parallel is not trustworthy. It's going to be in series, and with the ability of modern water cooling stuff to move fluids around. Everything in the system basically finds a temperature and stays at it. You know, depending on how fast the fans are moving, depending on how fast the pump is moving, it doesn't matter what order you plumb everything in. It doesn't matter. EKWV did a whole thing on that. So, I never post cats. Oh, crap. Chattering from a sneeze. Oh, my goodness. That's a cute kitty. All right, anyway. Brushless powered belt driven. Listen, at that point, I might as well put an electric motor in here and have a belt that would run a car water pump. That's just as doable. That's actually small enough to fit in here too. I can pinpoint a cricket at 20 yards. I don't know where this noise is coming from. It's like a regular kind of, it is very much like a cricket kind of noise. It's not shrill. But it's like a... I'm worried that it's the hard drive, my archive hard drive. I don't think it is, but I'm worried that it is. Yeah, but the whole point... I mean, I could put the tubes underneath and then try to put a couple right angle things on the side of this thing. And then everything would be clean. But everything would be clean. I don't want it to be clean. I just want to exist. I'm all the way to the left. I don't want it to be clean. I want to have tubes on the outside of this thing so that it looks like a little bit more industrial. Yeah, I saw there was a bunch of posts from the guy who found the cats along the road. That's so adorable. And it's like his kids are playing with the kitties and everything. Who dumps that many cats in the fucking... I mean, for people who live in the countryside, especially in... maybe not around here, but like people who live in the countryside, people drive out to the country and drop pets off and leave. It's monstrous. And you hear a lot of the time people move and then they leave the pets behind. Oh, the pet belongs here or something. I don't know how they justify their own fucking existence. You know, dropping off pets in the middle of the woods. A lot of farmers have to deal with random strays every now and then. They just get random strays in the property. And, you know, people think that they can just leave an animal. But, like, animals don't just naturally know how to survive in an area. Even if you try to relocate, like, a mouse in your house, that mouse is going to try to go right back into your house because it doesn't know how to live in the wilderness. It's... the fact that people don't know that is just awful. Anyway, why did my reservoir move back? Who did this? Go back into this step. I don't recall moving my reservoir. Let us move our reservoir. It should go up 8. Probably 9 millimeter from where it was. I mean, 10... if we're being generous, 10 millimeter. That's the biggest problem with humans and vacations. Folks want to go on vacations but can't bring pets along, so they just get rid of the pets? Really? Yeah, that's fucked up. Is this an engine or a computer? Yes. Hello? Okay, there it is. Roll history marker all the way to the end, and our little bits and bobs appear suddenly. I really do want to use the EK right angle fittings, but it's going to be real close. The EK ones look a little bit better. I mean, we're up and we're even with the outside of the case. I really, yeah, people, what a bunch of bastards. I would have loved to drop this down a little bit, you know, drop it down 10 millimeters, but these fittings being right there are just not helping me out unless I move the radiator all the way out to the edge. Otherwise, I'm just constantly going to have troubles with it. So moving the reservoir up so that it sits right on top of the middle of the V-tunnel, I guess that's just where it's going to be. And you know, if I move the radiator up higher, or sorry, the reservoir up higher, I can sneak these in further, but I think that gets in the way of the look. No, that's supposed to look like a carburetor. Yeah, that's why I bought a $200 fucking reservoir. These things are expensive. That was stupid of me. I shouldn't have bought that. But I did. I was drunk and I bought it because it looks too much like a car. And then I'm going to have tubes on the outside of the thing. So it'll look even further in that direction of being like an industrial sort of car-looking engine kind of thing. So the fans will get a panel that just screws in that has just a grating on it. So that'll just cover over, you know, prevent your finger poking, and sort of tie in this design to the cylinder heads. But I don't think I'm going to use. I think it's just going to be eight bolts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 in the middle. That'll sit sort of on top of this thing. Block airflow. I don't care. The debate is whether or not I want to get the black Noctuas or the gray Noctuas. Gray would kind of match, or I just leave them Noctua looking. And then flow indicator, the debate is whether or not I'm going to be able to tolerate it because it might make noise. It might make a clicking noise when it's in operation. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll ahead with it because I want to have something spinning. And I want something spin. I mean, honestly, if I had it flat, it would look more like it's part of the motor. It'd be cool if I used all of the flow indicators and I put them in kind of like a belt layout. Or if I had some kind of a gearbox on the spinny part that could twist a belt while the thing is... I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. That's just going to leak. But anyway, that's... you know, we're out of time today. This was the idea. This is kind of where we started from. We tried out a bunch of different stuff that didn't really work out. Like, for instance, putting this thing up front with hard lines connecting both of the radiators, it's not quite what I want. I want it to be visible in a different manner. This is a model that I made specifically for this this flow indicator, but I like this flow indicator better. It looks a little bit weirder. I'm still, yeah, the nitrous. We're gonna have to have the nitrous injected in. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna alcohol mist the radiators, and that way we'll get better performance out of it. My water air intercooler. Yeah. So I need to figure out how I'm going to position all this stuff, and it might be just throw a rail in here and then maybe throw one sort of vaguely around. I mean, I could do a cross span on this, but I can't do the direct rail-to-rail crosses because that way, well, there's no attachment point. It's the way MakerBeam works. You can put one of the MakerBeam screws into the rail and then twist it, and then you can do one on the other side, but you can't do two because they don't have reverse thread versions. Yeah, mead alcohol. We still need to brew that mead. That would have been done like now, like last year. Shit, I've been sitting on that honey for too long. My friend is starting to get pissed off at me. We need to do that mead soon. Anyway, Ganymede, we are done for the day. It doesn't look like we got anything done. We did, however, alter most of the panels on this thing in order to fit a full 50 millimeters of clearance, making my computer look a little bit less like a sleek piece of technology and more like a 1985 VCR. We're getting away from that look a little bit by making it look like a motor. But this is rolling ahead. Oh, I should be careful about saying things that sound like I'm using car terms. But we're still trucking. Damn it. We're gonna try to hit the accelerator on the damn it. This is stupid car looking computer ass motherfucker. This thing is cool. I have all the parts for this, by the way. That's why we've got visual examples of everything going on. So like if I can invent the power supply tomorrow, I could build this thing tomorrow. I need to figure out a couple more solids though, because I don't want to leave anything open, and we don't have the ability to float parts in midair. So I need to come up with the structure around this thing. So we'll pick this up later. I'll probably have done a little bit of work to it in the background, especially with designing the power supply. We need to do a stream where we construct a power supply, but use the modules that I think I blew up to see if they're blown up. Got a couple things going on this. So we'll, I'll just park this stream here. So flow indicator could stand in for a distributor cap up high on the back of the valley. Well, it's got to have two big tubes coming out of it. That's the only thing. Is a distro. It would be fun to have it at like a weird angle. But I would like to see it in the motor, please. And not a close-up. Distributors are old news, though. I need coil packs. Where's the distro on a V? Where do they generally put it? Is it like centered on the back? I don't know much about V6s. I've never had one. I would absolutely love to have a V6, but I'm stuck with my i6. We're all stuck with gas prices, so all of this is moot. Oh my god, I don't care. Block. Oh my god. Yeah, I actually do have a question. I hate these things. These chat box, and then allow the cookies, and then you have to click in this and blah blah blah. It downloaded the image instead of opening it in a new tab. That's great. That's just great. That's exactly what I told it to do. That's just what I told it to do. I definitely said, open this image in a new tab by downloading it. That's what I said. There's the coil pack. I mean, it all depends on the motor, right? But I'm just trying to see, like, where do they put the distributor? Those are just the coils. What is your quest? $89 model. Holy shit. People are actually making that much money off of 3D models? I'm in the wrong business. I shouldn't be slinging tricks on Twitch. I should be selling my 3D models. No well, yeah, a lot of the designs I'm looking at don't have one. I'm looking for an older design. I'm just trying to see where the distributor ends up. The V8, isn't it like right in the center? I'm just trying to get a visual reference for this, and that clicking is driving me absolutely bonkers. I still don't know where it is. Passenger side offset. Yeah, it's fairly difficult to find a picture. Is V6 a boy band? Like, what is it's a Korean K-pop thing? Oh, it says Japan. Arma Japan. What? V6 to disband. Duh. There. I look up V6 distributor location, and I've just got a picture of a finger going like that. Oh my God, look at all those hoses. Jesus Christ. Ford Essex. Oh my God, that fucking thing. I hate it when it doxes me. Right there. That's very hard to see. Ford Essex V6. There we go. So yeah, we're right in the middle. Okay, off to the side a little bit, and then on the right is the water pump. Oh, Wikimedia Commons, yes. Oh, yes, they're always such nice images. It's huge. It's an enormous image. Yeah, so water pump on the right, water pump outlet on the right, distributor cap on the left. Can't really see the orientation of the cylinders here. It's just about, yeah, it's tilted with the, with that thing, huh? So if I were to make it look like that, it would have to be like, bring it up. Oh, no, I gotta choose it from the tree because it's made up of a bunch of stuff. Up, over. Have to be like that. If I had more stuff to go in the front, maybe. Ford in the front, GM in the rear. Okay. I do like my GMs more. Yeah, no, but now. Maybe up above things, but then I've still got to put the fittings on it. So I don't know how that's going to work. And I kind of wanted it to be like sunk into the case. I don't want to have just this big open trapezoid on the top of the case. And that's what it's looking like right now. I can't get around that. I got this giant open trapezoid on the top of the case just to get this look. I was hoping to kind of put stuff a little tighter in there, but I think this is just the way it's going to have to be. Man, this is going to be a lot of work to get to this, get to the point where this is a computer. But yeah, I'll have to invent some solids for this, and I would like to have some rails in here that will make it look like it's still part of this frame. Yeah, I guess all the fan wires could look like distributor plugs. That could be a thing. I don't know, Noctua wires I generally just like to hide because this will be out on the outside of the case, and these Noctuas have this big waxy wire that I'm gonna strip and then put a spiral wrap around because I don't like the wax. The waxy silicone kind of stuff always collects dust really efficiently. All right, yeah, the ideas, we got some cool ideas for chat. I've figured some stuff out about this. A little bit of doom and gloom from some of you guys, a little disappointed. telling me that they're gonna make rattling noises. This doesn't look centered. No, it is centered. The fans are offset. But you know, I think we're gonna plow ahead with this thing. We're gonna put it into overdrive. Damn it! Oh, fucking car puns. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this. I'll try to figure something out for building the rest of the solids. You guys got to see some of the methods and the updates and stuff with a comprehensive file that has a lot of different assemblies associated with it. I need to watch that video. I need some Zemetrics to actually post it in the Discord. If you would like to join the Discord or follow me on Twitter, here is the end card. I am not going to be around tomorrow. You were in Discord. Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it. I'll watch that because I want to see how like massive assemblies are dealt with under anything. Okay, I'll check it out. I will check it out because I will be on the Discord too. There's all the links for you. I will be back on Tuesday. I'll be back. We'll have more stuff to work on. I'm going to be working on this stuff. I need to figure out why that serial packet isn't being recognized by the base of the wheel. It's this thing over here because I really want to get that working. But until then, you guys take care. You can catch me on the Discord. What just happened? Oh, I tried to save Twitch as a web page. Heart's in the right place. Okay, I'll catch you guys later. Let's see. Is anybody in particular online right now? That I can. Now, you guys just disperse. At one point, I do want to raid Paleontologizing because they're on at just about this time. So, Paleontologizing is a really cool channel. He does a lot of stuff with rocks and dinosaurs. But anyway, I'll catch you guys later. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I'll be in the Discord. All that fun stuff. Bye. Why are you still here? When you guys get out of here? Oh wait, Harolkur just got here, so we'll actually start the stream.